tend to be older wolves that were
Hello,
driven by
YouTube.
packs.
This is
Lone wolves
Jester
also tend to be a
Gaming.
little stronger and more aggressive than
We
other
are
wolves.
building up
Lone wolves
sanctuary.
also have the
Mama
difficulty
Gonna
on their
start
Murphy
own
can
because
making
handle
our
hunting prey
the
requires two or more
military
wolves
grade
to
our
successfully
farms.
hunt. I think it would be fair to say that dog meat may be a little
I'll
stronger
look
than
for
most
some.
dogs,
You know
and
I'll
like the
be
German
here.
Shepherd breed usually is, he
I'm
may
new around
also
here.
tend to be far more
Wanted
aggressive
to
as
introduce
well.
myself.
And
I
it
wanted
may
to
also
personally
be
thank you
difficult
for
for
giving us
dog
this
meat to hunt for
opportunity.
food on his
Any
own,
place you want me to
so
pitch in?
much like a regular dog, he hangs around humans and
I
eats
just
some
want
of
to
the
trade a
food
few
they
things.
eat.
Sure thing.
And perhaps in exchange,
Settle up.
he helps humans from time to time. Something that is mystifying is how dog meat is a German Shepherd, while the vast majority of
trade.
the other dogs you can encounter either seem to be Rottweilers or Labradors.
I'd like to trade some items.
On the one hand, while we know that dog meat in Fallout 4 is modeled after a real-life dog named River that is owned by Joel Burns, who works at Bethesda, dog meat is still a far different breed from other dogs that we can encounter in game. This may suggest that dog meat may not necessarily have been
I've
born in
made
the
a couple
Commonwealth
beds. I got a
and may have come
recruitment
from another part of the
beacon,
American wasteland. It's fair to
which by the
say
way
that we
is
can
not going to
assume
stay
that
here.
most
I
of the
just put it
dogs
here
and cats we see
temporarily.
throughout the Commonwealth most likely are
You need
descendants
people, you
of
need
past
bodies.
vault dwellers from before the war. Otherwise, it seems like whatever dogs didn't make it into the vault became mongrels or somehow got exposed to heavy like we've seen with mutant hounds. This would suggest to me that dog meat is possibly foreign to the Commonwealth, or maybe he was brought here by a trader. Perhaps dog meat was sold to someone that is long dead by the events of Fallout 4. Dog meat just wanders
Mama
the
Murphy.
Commonwealth, helping those who need aid. Now, I'm sure you're all probably wondering, who is dog meat's owner in Fallout 4?
There you go.
Obviously,
I've got
by
it.
the time you meet him, the sole survivor becomes dog meat's owner. However, before that, our two best contenders are going to be Nick Valentine and Mama Murphy, both of which strangely deny that they are dog meat's original owner. And if I had to place my bet on one of them, it would have to be Nick Valentine, as it appears that Nick was successfully able to train dog meat to respond to commands via the signal that he uses to call him. While Nick mentioned
Thanks for
signal
tuning
is a
in.
frequency that humans can't hear, I don't think this particular frequency would just get dog meat to come unless Nick actually trained dog meat to respond to it.
No!
Much like how you would train your dog to perform a trick,
No!
Valentine would have had to have trained dog meat to come when Nick plays that signal tone. And while dog meat is probably a smart dog in his own right, I doubt that he would have on his
Mama
own
Murphy died!
come when that specific signal tone was played.
I
So
knew
on
it
some
was going to
level,
happen
it appears
eventually,
that Nick
but I
Valentine
thought we
has
had
a
more
relationship
time.
with dog meat until the sole survivor shows up.
I'm so
and
sorry,
becomes dog
guys.
meat's
I thought she
owner.
could handle it.
Why would the sole
Hey,
survivor
Sturgis.
become dog
She's
meat's
dead.
owner when no one else previously could become
I just
dog
can't
meat's
believe
owner?
it.
Something that I think may actually be
Yeah,
worth
Preston's not
discussing
here.
is whether the
Excuse
lone
me.
wanderer could possibly be dog meat's previous owner. Granted, the
Excuse me.
dog meat that does appear in
What are we
Fallout
going to
3
do
isn't a
without the
German
site?
Shepherd and is
You guys
actually
didn't
a
like her.
cattle dog, much like the Australian cattle dog that you would see
Everything
in Mad
always goes
Max.
wrong. What are we
So
even
to be
doing
clear,
here?
the dog meat that is seen in Fallout 3 and the
I can end
dog
your
meat that
suffering
is
right
seen in
now.
Fallout 4 are definitely not the same dog.
Don't worry.
And while not likely, perhaps the
Come on.
lone wanderer
Come on, Mama
may have
Murphy.
raised this new German Shepherd and named it Dog Meat after their old dog. Perhaps the lone wanderer may have come to the
Well, we got an opening here at
and
Century
whether it was
Hills.
through death or some other circumstance, perhaps the lone wanderer got separated from his dog. Over time, Dog Meat would wander the Commonwealth until he found Nick Valentine, who would occasionally feed him.
And yeah, we're gonna
Nick
implement
Valentine taught him to come when he made a
our
specific
very own
sound, so he could help Nick out on some cases. Then the sole survivor
robots
shows up,
to
and of course the rest is history.
do
It's
our
strange
farming.
because Dog Meat could have
It's a
chosen
very,
any
very
other
expensive
individual to travel
proposition.
with, and yet he chooses the sole survivor. My theory
Requires
as to why
people,
that is
bodies,
would be that
stuff
it
like
has
that. That's
something
why
to
I
do
like
with
the
perhaps
water.
Dog Meat recognizes it and associates it with his previous owner, the Lone Wanderer. And you do have to admit that within the context of the game, it is kind of strange that Dog Meat would choose to travel with the sole survivor and become the sole survivor's dog, despite the fact that he could travel with any of the other hundreds or thousands of people that inhabit the Commonwealth. Or maybe Dog Meat's inclusion in Fallout 4 is simply fan service, the people who really like Fallout 3, as Dogmeat was a very popular character from that particular game. But just to reiterate what I said earlier, I highly doubt it's the same Dogmeat from Fallout 3.
I'm pretty sure we're gonna need science. We got these. These are pretty good.
Not the same dog, since they are two entirely different breeds. And unlike something like Mirelurks,
but what you really want are these bad boys.
Fallout 4's Dogmeat couldn't be the same dog since
these aren't bad.
Since the events of Fallout 3. And Fallout 3's Dogmeat would be at least 10 years old by this point, and nearing.
But this produces the most.
The only other characters that could have been Dogmeat's previous owner would be the two dog breeders that you can encounter in Fallout 4. One of them is named Gene, who is a traveling merchant, and Erickson is a super mutant from Fallout 4's Far Harbor DLC, who can also sell the player a dog for their settlements. The only thing is that in both of these cases, Gene and Erickson tend to breed and sell Rottweilers and Labradors, much like all the other dogs that the player can find in the Commonwealth. At the end of the day, though, much of Dogmeat's origins are a mystery in Fallout 4. And what I think we can say for sure is that Nick Valentine and Dogmeat appear to be relatively well acquainted, and Mama Murphy appears to be at least somewhat acquainted with Dogmeat as well. And what is a little strange is how willing Dogmeat is to choose the sole survivor as his owner, where in the past, it seems like Dogmeat just kind of went from person to person. Maybe we'll learn a little bit more about the Dogmeat that appears in the next Fallout game. Alright guys, I think that's going to wrap up this particular video. If you like this video, feel free to leave a like, click the bell to join the notification squad, and as always, take care, and I'll see you all next time.
You need a shit ton of fertilizer for all this. Campfire.
Thicker, fuller hair starts with those. Discover sprays, chews, and serums made with clinically proven ingredients. Stop hair loss, regrow hair, or do both. At Hims.com, answer a few questions online, and regrow your hair in 6 months. Join millions of satisfied Hims customers and get your confidence back.
Whoa. I can put palm trees?
Get started today
That's cool.
at Hims.com.
Tiki torch.
Hey guys, back with another Fallout 4 video, and today I figured we could go ahead and talk about the origins of Deathclaws and try to figure out what types of animals Deathclaws are from our real world. According to Joseph from Fallout 2, he mentions that Deathclaws appear to be mutated Jackson's chameleons. In case you're curious about what a Jackson's chameleon looks like, it's basically a chameleon with 3 points on its head. One is located just above the chameleon's mouth, where you would expect an animal's nose to be, and the other two are located between the animal's eyes. Like
arcades, of course.
You may also be interested to know that the Jackson's chameleon is originally native to East Africa and is actually an alien species that does appear in parts of the United States, in places like California and Hawaii. So this means that it's consistent with the first two Fallout games. It's important to mention that Joseph from Fallout 2 is a doctor that helps the Deathclaws that live in Vault 13 during the events of that game. Joseph mentions that he was gathering herbs one night when he heard a voice call out from the darkness that said, "I've been watching you, and I know that you're a healer. Are you dedicated to your art enough to heal someone foreign to you? Someone whom many would consider an enemy?" Ultimately, Joseph agreed to help, thinking that it was a raider that spoke to him. However, he was surprised when a couple of Deathclaws emerged, one which was injured. And upon saying that he hoped to Deathclaw right
You having fun? Look at you.
Also travel together in packs led by an alpha Deathclaw, and all members of said pack are very loyal to the other members. Joseph also goes on to mention that Deathclaws appear to have a sense of right and wrong, and that the pack has a code of ethics that are strictly enforced. From the way Joseph describes them, the Deathclaws of Vault 13 appear to be relatively civilized amongst themselves and are a tight-knit group. Unfortunately, during the events of the game, Frank Horgan arrives and wiped out the Deathclaws at Vault 13. While if you escape, it's confirmed in the Fallout Bible that these few intelligent Deathclaws don't reproduce. And this explains why you don't really see talking Deathclaws in any of the future Fallout games. What I think we can say for sure is that over time, Deathclaws have become more prominent throughout the wasteland. Originally, Deathclaws were only found in the Boneyard from Fallout 1, however they've since spread across the United States, appearing in places as far away as Boston, as seen in Fallout 4, and the Capital Wasteland, as seen in Fallout 3. In Fallout New Vegas and Fallout 3 to some extent, Deathclaws tend to congregate together. This is what makes places like Quarry Junction from New Vegas and Old Ohlone from Fallout 3 so dangerous. And this is because you're dealing with not just one or two powerful enemies, but sometimes 5 or more. Interestingly, Deathclaws appear to be more isolated in Fallout 4 and don't travel in these types of paths. I suppose a great example of that is at the very beginning of the game, where you encounter the Deathclaw at Concord. And you can also encounter Deathclaws in the Glowing Sea, and you will rarely, if ever, find yourself fighting more than just one. Granted, there are locations in the Glowing Sea where you can fight a few Deathclaws in close proximity, however, for the most part, Deathclaws tend to be restricted to one-on-one confrontations. We've also seen the domestication of Deathclaws across the various games. Of course, the Enclave has performed experiments on Deathclaws quite a bit, as seen in both Fallout 2 and in Fallout 3. The Reformed Enclave from Fallout 3 have created devices that they place on the heads of Deathclaws in an attempt to control them, and this seems to have had some successes. However, Deathclaws can still prove to be difficult for the Enclave to control. What seems to be the most successful domestication of Deathclaws is seen in Fallout 4's Wasteland Workshop DLC. Not only can the sole survivor capture Deathclaws, but through a beta wave emitter, they can use Deathclaws to defend settlements. This is actually fairly impressive when you consider how the Enclave struggled with this sort of technology so much in the past. Something that's worth mentioning is that Joseph's initial estimate that Deathclaws may have descended or mutated from Jackson's chameleons may be wrong. On the one hand, while Jackson's chameleons appear as an alien species in parts of California, it's worth mentioning that Jackson's chameleons don't lay eggs where Deathclaws do. Instead, the Jackson's chameleon actually gives birth to live offspring. Granted, it's worth mentioning that most other chameleons do lay eggs, and perhaps the pre-war government genetically modified a Jackson's chameleon to lay eggs. Even still, that doesn't really explain the lack of a third horn on Deathclaws that's commonly seen on the Jackson's chameleon. Also, both male and female Deathclaws have horns, while female Jackson's chameleons don't have horns. You also have to consider that the Deathclaw is named as such because it attacks with its own claws, and in contrast, the Jackson's chameleon hunts its prey by using its tongue. And at the very least, significant genetic manipulation would have to occur to go from a Jackson's chameleon to a Deathclaw. Deathclaws are predators, while chameleons tend to prey on insects and worms, and are themselves prey for birds and snakes. While there are some lizards,
I just want to trade a few things,
which can exhibit bipedal motion while moving at higher speeds,
I just want to trade a few things.
Deathclaws as seen in the game walk upright in a fashion that's similar to birds or primates. And in a certain sense, Deathclaws are somewhat reminiscent of dinosaurs like T-Rex.
What did you say?
They can move bipedally and use their tail for balance. At the same time, most dinosaurs didn't have gigantic claws for hands like we see on Deathclaws. That, and you will frequently see in Fallout 4, Deathclaws can exhibit quadrupedal motion that's reminiscent of something that you might see in a lion, panther, or jaguar. However, unlike a lion, which would probably bite its prey, The Deathclaw can primarily attack with its claws. But I'm sure you're all probably wondering, what is a Deathclaw? Well, if I had to pick an animal from the real world that more or less resembles a Deathclaw or would serve as a template for further genetic manipulation, I would pick the iguana or other similar lizards. While Joseph from Fallout 2 thinks that Deathclaws evolved from the Jackson's chameleon, the only thing the Jackson's chameleon has in common with the Deathclaw is its horns. I suppose to be fair, the Deathclaw itself is a heavily modified lizard that may contain genetic traits that resemble the iguana, Jackson's chameleon, and several other lizards, as well as even some non-lizard animals. My thinking, though, is that iguanas may have been quite common in pet stores before the Great War, sort of like red scorpions, which are said to be the descendants of emperor scorpions, which we definitely do know were sold in pet stores, according to a terminal entry located in Funtime Tower in Fallout 3. It's possible that because the iguana was relatively common in the pre-war era, that the United States military used them as a base for their experimentation while trying to develop creatures for close combat. Over time, the American military would modify the iguana by mixing various genes together, making the creature a little larger and far more aggressive. Perhaps the military's thinking was to create a creature that had the characteristics of an invasive species, which would not only greatly affect the environment, but would also be aggressive enough to attack the local population. That, or maybe it was designed to be an animal that was easier to train and would also be stronger than your average dog. Then these modified lizards would be deployed to their combat zones and would attack all enemy parties. After the Great War, perhaps the Master got his hands on this modified combat lizard DNA at the Mariposa military base. He refined it and turned it into the Deathclaw that we all know. Perhaps certain features of Deathclaw, like horns and claws, are the result of the Master's refinement to the original pre-war combat lizard's DNA. However, there is one creature from Fantasy and Dungeons & Dragons that does appear to resemble the Deathclaw the best, and that is something called the Tarask. In D&D, the Tarask is supposed to be this 50-foot-tall T-Rex-like monster that is supposed to be extremely powerful and has a chance of killing these various players and possibly other creatures in a game. If you look at a lot of artists' depictions of the Tarask, it sort of looks like a Deathclaw does, complete with two massive horns on its head, a back and tail covered in massive horns, and the Tarask can also have giant claws. It's also important to mention that Scott Campbell, who is one of the masterminds behind the original Fallout game, has stated that his original design for a Deathclaw was to have it be more like a mix of a Wolverine and a brown bear that's mutated by MPD. However, Scott received feedback on his original design and was told that the Deathclaw had too much hair, and as a result, the initial design was scrapped. However, what would ultimately become the design for the Deathclaw was actually an asset for a creature that was supposed to appear in Planescape Torment. For whatever reason, it was decided that the Tarask-like creature wouldn't make it into Planescape, and with that particular asset or 3D model free, Scott ultimately decided to borrow it and use it as his design for the Deathclaw. After all, the Tarask was a design that sort of looked like the original Deathclaw design, however without the hair. A theory as to why the Deathclaw lost its hair was due to the limitations of rendering software at the time. It would be a lot harder to animate all of that hair and make it look good. In fact, even for modern games, hair is a very difficult thing to design and animate so that it looks natural. After all, you have to account for things like how hair looks when it blows in the wind, among other things. In fact, if the Deathclaw maintained its original design, I would say that it would be a lot easier to trace the base or core animal that it's based on, as Scott's design looks sort of like a wolf mixed with the bear. Ultimately, Deathclaws would have to have had some kind of lizard as a template. Over time, whatever the American military created from before the war has been constantly modified and refined by various people like the Enclave, Master, and perhaps other factions that we are not yet aware of. But alright guys, I think that's going to wrap up this particular video. If you like this video, please be sure to leave a like, click the bell to join the subscribe, and as always, take care, and I'll see y'all next time. What's up guys, back with another Fallout 4 video, and today I figured we could go ahead and talk about the aliens in the Fallout universe and whether it was them that managed to start the Great War or not. Now, before we get into this video will mostly be based around an audio log that the player can find during Fallout 3's Mothership Zeta DLC. This audio log is both bizarre and controversial among the community, which is what makes it so interesting to talk about. However, before we talk about that specific audio log, let's go ahead and discuss what we know about the aliens that appear in both Fallout 3 and Fallout 4. According to the official guide for the Game of the Year edition of Fallout 3, aliens were, quote, once thought to be covered up by a government conspiracy and believed only by crackpot groups such as the Quarry Baron. Evidence of extraterrestrial life can be traced back throughout human history, but became nationally recognized after the mysterious disappearance of the Clarabella 7th space pod during the 1960s space race. It is said that alien technology was the basis of many of the Enclave's more exotic and impressive weaponry and robotics, and even toy manufacturers such as Wilson Atomatoys weren't immune to these accusations. Recently, after the discovery of an alien body in Fort Bannister, the shocking truth was revealed. The aliens are not only real and alive, but they're back. And they're pissed. It's worth mentioning, while UFOs and saucers have existed since the very first Fallout game, aliens as we know them in Fallout 4 first appeared in Fallout 3 and are referred to as Zetan aliens. Typically, the Zetan aliens are these green 1950s looking aliens with enlarged hands and heads compared to the rest of their bodies. And it's also worth mentioning that in both Fallout 3 and 4, the Zetans are typically portrayed as hostile. During Fallout 3's Mothership Zeta, the Lone Wanderer is forced to kill most of the aliens on the mothership, and in Fallout 4, the sole survivor will end up killing the Zetan alien that crashes just outside of downtown Boston. We don't really know where the Zetans come from, but we do know of at least 2 motherships that appear to have visited the Earth since the early 1600s. Obviously, one of these motherships is Mothership Zeta, which is boarded by the Lone Wanderer during the Mothership Zeta DLC for Fallout 3, and the other mothership is unnamed, but destroyed by the player during the events of the Mothership Zeta DLC. And the reason we know that the Zetans have visited the Earth since the 1600s is because one of their captives, Toshiro Kago, is a Japanese samurai that is from Budo, Japan, and according to the Fallout 3 official guide, it's mentioned that Toshiro's armor, quote, appears to date from around the Azuchi Momoyama period, which would have occurred from 1568 to 1603. We also know of a few other captives, like Paulson, who is a cowboy that dates from the mid to late 1800s, an astronaut named Kurt Cardigan, who is the pilot of 7 and is confirmed to be from the 1960 space race, a little girl named Sally, who dates to the year 2077, a United States soldier named Elliot Tikorian, who is also dated from 2077, and a slaver named Soma, who is dated to the 2270s and appears to have discovered the alien's radio signal sometime before the Lone Wanderer does. There are also several recorded audio logs of the various prisoners that Zetans have abducted in Fallout 3's Mothership Zeta. In fact, the subject of this video is based on one of these captives' audio logs. This audio log is really interesting since the human voice is totally silent, so if you listen to it without hearing the subtitles, you would think that this was some randomly recorded alien speech. However, upon turning on the subtitles and quickly exiting your clipboard menu, the dialogue is revealed. So we'll go ahead and show you that right now.
With FanDuel, your group chat will be blowing up every game of the NBA playoffs. Because right now, new customers can bet $5 and get $150 in bonus bets if you...
I wish Jake would just come. Hi. Heard you talking with my pa. Mom still thinks she can straighten stuff out with him and Jake, but I don't know.
I heard you talking with him.
This bit of dialogue would suggest that the Zetans were trying to retrieve nuclear launch codes from some U.S. military personnel in the Fallout universe. However, it seems like just before the person gives the codes to activate the launch sequences, they resist. And this particular line of dialogue between the silent voice and the Satans is why quite a few Fallout fans have theorized the possibility of aliens starting or causing the Great War to happen. After all, the Satans do appear to have some hatred of humans, and if they manage to get the codes to activate the launch sequences, perhaps they can kill all humans. So I suppose we should answer the question: did the Satan aliens cause the Great War? Now, in my opinion, no, and here's why. While an argument can be made that intent may or may not factor into it, especially since the Zetans may have inadvertently or unintentionally caused the Great War, I don't think the Zetans ultimately desired to wipe out all humans. Or perhaps at the very least, both Mothership Zeta and the unnamed Mothership didn't seek to kill all humans. We know that both motherships have visited the Earth since the 1600s, and it seems like if the Zetans wanted to wipe out all humans, it would have made the most sense to do so then, rather than wait until the 2070s in order to do so. After all, can an army of samurai defeat a Zetan mothership in space? A society like the pre-war United States, or even pre-war China, that is capable of what the Zetans would probably refer to as primitive space travel, would be more of a threat. But ultimately, it would make the most sense for the Zetans to attack humanity when it's incapable of defending itself, rather than when it is more capable of defending itself from the Zetans. Furthermore, if the Zetans wanted to wipe out humans, it would probably make the most sense to engineer some kind of pathogen or disease to kill all humans, especially if the Zetans intended on preserving the planet as it was before the war. Allowing humanity to nuke itself would have had dire consequences for not just the Earth, but also the rest of the other organisms that live on Earth as well. I think another important question to ask is, what do the Zetans gain from intentionally nuking the planet? Their previous behavior seems to indicate that they would rather observe than over time. Nuking the planet would greatly affect human DNA, possibly making it less fit for study. Was because he had uncorrupted DNA from before the war, and it's likely the Zetans would find uncorrupted DNA more valuable as well. I think it's also worth discussing that the Great War itself was largely the product of the United States war with China, which was ongoing even after the events of the Anchorage Reclamation. What initially started the conflict between China and the United States was the fact that the Chinese government was on the verge of collapse due to their dependence on fossil fuels. When the Chinese attempted to negotiate and trade with the United States refused, and in an act of desperation, the Chinese invaded Alaska and captured Anchorage. By the mid-2070s, the United States ultimately gained an advantage thanks to the development of technologies like power armor, and by 2077, the Chinese had lost Alaska, they had crippled supply lines at home, and the U.S. was quickly taking over more of their key cities. As you can imagine, China was in a very desperate position. The government was on the verge of collapse. While the United States could attempt to nuke China, it wouldn't make much sense for them to do so, as they were winning the war. I also think that on some level, one could argue that the Great War was inevitable, given the fact that both the United States and the People's Republic of China were superpowers, and both were at war with one another. I think the question that's worth asking is, what stake do the Zetans have in the conflict between China and the United States?
You bring him home.
The Zetans have
I'll get the two of them sorted
and are
out.
presumably capable of interstellar travel, so I highly doubt that they would have much use for fossil fuels. On some level, it's possible that the Zetans view us much like humans would view an ant farm. Sure, humans have developed civil societies and harness nuclear power. However, the pre-war societies in the Fallout universe aren't capable of interstellar travel and haven't evolved culturally since the 1950s. On some level, the idea that the Zetans triggered the Great War implies that Earth and humanity are more important in the universe than we may really be. Perhaps if the only intelligent species in the entire universe are Zetans and humans, then we might be on something. However, in the greater scheme of things, I don't think humanity is that important. Perhaps we could be at some point, but ultimately, I just highly doubt that the Zetans really care about our fossil fuels. Another question that's worth asking is if the Zetans managed to get the codes to activate the launch sequences, would they have successfully launched you? I would say no. Granted, things may be different in the Fallout universe, But in the real world, only the President of the United States can direct the use of nuclear weapons by use of forces. According to Wikipedia, there are specific systems in place which verify that these orders specifically came from the President themselves. While it's true that the President needs confirmation from the Secretary of Defense to have the order authorized, the President can fire the Secretary of Defense, and the Secretary's second in command would step up and provide their authorization. From there, a launch crew of 2 operators would verify the President's authorization code against a sealed copy located in the safe. It requires both operators to open the lock. Once the order is verified, they must insert their launch keys and turn them up to the more than one person to launch. The identities of the commanding officers issuing the orders must be verified, and from there, 2 or more people are usually required in order to actually launch the missile. The reason it's done this way is to verify that the missiles are going to be deployed to the proper places, and to also make sure that there is no single person that has the ability to launch a missile. And the reason for that is this prevents a rogue agent from trying to circumvent authority and launch a nuclear missile by themselves. Based on the silent dialogue of the Satan captive, it would appear that they aren't the president, who would have had the authority to launch. Most likely, the Satan captive is a part of the launch crew, and due to the nature of how the launch protocol is designed, even if he or she were rogue, they wouldn't possess the ability to launch by themselves. This is the case provided that the United States military are using the 2-man rule in the Fallout universe, which it seems like they would. Something that is definitely weird and worth asking is, why is the human voice silent in the audio log? All of the other alien captive logs from Mothership Zeta are completely voiced, yet this one doesn't appear to be. It's also weird that Bethesda would take the time to work out the subtitles, yet not add the voice. It's likely what happened here is that Bethesda ultimately cut this bit of voice dialogue in the final product. However, they forgot to remove the subtitles and haven't gone back to change them ever since. Perhaps Bethesda figured that most people would play with the subtitles on, given that the conversations that you have with NPCs usually always display the spoken dialogue. After all, if generic subtitles are off and you're looking at your Pip-Boy while you're listening to this message, you would never realize that the subtitles containing the silent human voice are there. At the end of the day, I'm going to have to say that the Satan aliens most likely didn't start or cause a great war, simply because they don't have a dog in the fight, and because they don't really have much to gain from the entire scenario. It would also seem that from a logistical perspective, that would be impossible for just one guy to know and then be able to initiate a launch. So, if you ask me, the Satan being solely responsible for the nuclear war, or the Great War, doesn't really seem possible in the Fallout universe. But alright guys, I think that's going to wrap up this particular video. If you like this video, feel free to leave a like, click the bell to join the notification squad, and as always, take care, and I'll see you all next time.
I think I'm gonna start new. I think it's bugged. We're gonna start new.
All this walk me out. You'd move faster if you kept your eyes on the road and off the dogs. Sure, let me just stop what I'm doing to talk to you.
Plain and simple.
Mm-hmm. We're just gonna have dogs all over. It's good that everything I own starting a new game. And I don't need to once you start survival and you lose survival. Let's let this start up. We're gonna get rickety Ricky wrecked.
War. War never changes. In the year 1945, my great-great-grandfather, serving in the army, wondered when he'd get to go home to his wife and the son he'd never seen. He got his wish when the U.S. ended World War II by dropping atomic bombs on Hiroshima and Nagasaki. world awaited. Instead, something miraculous happened. We began to use atomic energy not as a weapon, but as a nearly limitless source of power. People enjoyed luxuries once thought the realm of science fiction. Domestic robots, fusion-powered cars, portable computers. But then, in the 21st century, people awoke from the American dream. Years of consumption led to shortages of every major resource. The entire world unraveled. Peace became a distant memory. It is now the year 2077. We stand on the brink of total war. And I am afraid. For myself. For my wife. For my infant son. Because if my time in the army taught me one thing,
war never changes.
it's that war never changes. War never changes.
You're gonna knock him dead at the Veterans Hall tonight, hon.
You think?
Absolutely. Now get ready and stop hogging the mirror.
Right.
Hey, what are you doing? What do you think you're doing?
So handsome.
We're gonna make.
I clean up pretty nice.
What's different about you?
Yeah, not bad.
Eyes. They're one of my favorite things about you.
This one I like. That one's good. Dashing rogue.
What do you think, hon? Beard or no beard?
Oh, that's the face I fell in love with.
But he has a unibrow. Let's see if they have one.
What do you think, hon? Roguishly handsome or handsomely roguish?
As handsome as the day we met.
Looking good, if I do say so myself.
That's my handsome guy.
This new haircut's really working for me.
Such a cute nose.
Hon, you think my nose is too big?
There's something different. What is it?
But Professor.
Not bad. Not bad.
Hey, my turn, big guy.
Come back to 7. Seven it is.
I still got it.
Looking good.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, that works.
New hair color.
I have the best hairdresser, I swear.
Let me just slide in here.
Okay. We will continue this after I go get my son off the bus. But his name's gonna be Rick Sanchez. Yeah, what? Okay.
Disconnected.
Here. I'm here. Ugh. Are you thirsty? Daddy, I like the drama with the little Here. Here you go. You're okay. Come here. Hey, what are you doing in my spot? What are you doing in my spot? Come on. What, you think you're funny? Take that spot. Think you take that spot? What are you doing? What are you doing? Stop! In the name of the... Oh, buddy. Is that so? Is that so? You don't say. No, really, you don't say. Buddy, you done with that? You done? You all of it? phone. I, hey. Some? Ah! I'm gone! Give me, dog. Four. Yay! And I am back, people. I know you missed me. If truth be told, I missed myself. It's just a little inside joke for y'all.
go into this as prepared as I possibly could because this is actually my first time playing on survival mode in Fallout 4. After a bit of reading, I decided to go with a build that emphasizes agility and getting a perk called Blitz as early on as possible. Stealth, lots of action points, and closing distance quickly are going to be very important for me because I don't exactly have a lot of firearms at my disposal. I start my game as you do and make it all the way to the Vault 111 people freezer.
Yeah, we are ready.
My first problem. I can't use either of the starting weapons you're given in the vault. The 10mm pistol has a magazine capacity of 12. Well, I'm not exactly good at math. I know that 12 is more than.
We really need to get those vacation photos
But what
developed.
also sucks is that the starting melee
Better do it quick.
War never changes.
Also awkward.
Ah, that's
The
right.
penal code section
No need to get dressed twice.
explicitly prohibits telescoping batons. Never mind that neither of these would be acquired through a licensed vendor. They're just sitting there on the ground, which I guess for a 10mm pistol, that's a thing. But melee weapons are a bit different. Either of these would be meant in the vault. Stealth, lots of action points, and closing distance quickly are going to be big for. After I wanted to go into the fixating on something nasty that happened. I know sometimes I get like that. And now, with that out of the way, I fire up the game and run it with all the DLCs, because I didn't bother to really think about if those would affect things. We'll talk about that later. Now let's just see how bad this
Hey,
can be.
hon.
Just getting ready.
I wanted to go into this as prepared as I possibly could, because this is actually my first time playing on survival mode in
Abraxo
Fallout
for
4.
all your
After a bit of
cleaning
reading
needs.
around, I decided to go with a build that emphasizes agility, and getting a perk called Blitz as early on as possible. Stealth, lots of action points, and closing distance quickly are going to be very important.
Another fine product of General Atomics International.
I start my game
Let
as you do and
Codsworth
make
take
it all
care
the
of it.
way to the Vault 111 people freezer before I run into my first problem. I can't use either of the
He'll either be great at
weapons you're
spelling
given
or
in
great at
the vault.
smashing blocks
The
together.
10mm pistol has a magazine capacity of 12, which, while I'm not exactly good at math, I know
Should
that
get this signed next time we're at the
well,
bar.
that sucks. But what also sucks is that the make it all the way quickly are going to be very important. After a bit of reading around, I decided to go with a build that emphasizes agility and getting a perk called Blitz as early on as possible. Stealth,
How'd you get
lots
on
of
the
action
floor,
points,
Mr.
and
Bear?
closing distance quickly are going to be very important
To think,
because
one
I don't
day he's
exactly
gonna
have
learn how
a
to
lot of
drive.
firearms at my disposal. I start my game as you
Can't
do
wait
and
to
make
teach
it
him
all
to
the
ride
way
this.
to the Vault 111 people freezer before I run into
Wonder
my
what
first
Sean will grow
problem.
up to be.
I can't use either of the starting weapons you're given in the vault. The 10mm pistol has a magazine capacity of 12, which, while I'm not exactly good at math, I know that 12 is more than 10. Well, that sucks. But what also sucks is that the starting melee option, the security baton, is also off limits, as the penal code section banning concealed weapons explicitly prohibits telescoping batons. Never mind that neither of these would be acquired through a licensed vendor. They're just sitting there on the ground, which I guess for a 10mm pistol, that's a thing. Melee weapons are a bit different. I had to restart my game here because on my way to grab the pinpoint, I accidentally picked up one of the 10mm pistols, and since I didn't have the pinpoint to interface with my inventory, I couldn't unequip it. Lucky for me, one of the few autosaves in survival mode that they give you is right after you thaw out in Vault 111. I stomp and punch bugs out of Vault 111 to see the world around me has become a wasteland. Time to show the world the power of California-compliant firearms.
I'm Pickle Rick!
Good Sanctuary Hills. The only person still around.
I turned myself into a Pickle Morty!
Insta Mash, Fancy Lad Snack Cakes, Blamco Mac and Cheese. Expires in never.
Good morning, your coffee.
Sugar bombs, 100% daily value of sugar. Never gonna find that dog.
After a bit of scrapping, I set up a bed near a few handcuffs, where I fill all the empty bottles I found in the vault so far. Bottles and other ways to
Looks
get
like the
water
milk got
are
delivered.
very important during this run because we're going to need a lot of purified water. On top of hydration, it's the most consequence-free way.
Saddle up Salisbury steak.
I also take the
Rated
time
A+.
to consolidate and plant any food steps I've
Nuka-Cola.
Ice cold.
That's going to be very helpful until I can attract some settlers. I don't have the stuff to make a settlers recruitment.
How can someone so small drink so much?
Settlers is off the table. In order to get the Minutemen back to settlers. So I fill all these. There is going to be. He just wants to wander. Is right after you thaw out Vault inventory. I couldn't unequip it. Lucky for me, one of the few autosaves in survival mode that they give you is right after you thaw out Vault 111. I stomp and punch bugs out of Vault 111 to see the world around me has become a wasteland. Time to show the world the power of California-compliant firearms. Things aren't looking too good in Sanctuary Hills. The only person still around is my robot butler, Codsworth, on the
Grognak the Barbarian in the Jungle of the Bat
He
Babies.
just wants to wander
My
around the
favorite.
neighborhood despite me being very sleep-deprived and dehydrated from my
Nervous?
blood pressure nap.
Don't
Before I
be.
even think of
Everyone's
leaving
gonna love
Sanctuary
the
Hills,
speech.
I need to set up food and water.
Now, who
There's
left
going
those
to
here?
be a lot of waiting around during this
It's a
place.
little early to
I
be
need
drinking.
eat, drink, and sleep
Can you
to
get
stay
that?
alive.
It's
After a bit of
probably that
scrapping, I set up a
salesman.
bed
That's what you
near
have
a
for
few
dinner.
hand pumps where I fill all the empty bottles I found in the vault so far. Bottles and other ways
Bunch
to
of our
get
old
water
holotape
are going to
recordings.
be very important during this run because we're going to need a lot of purified water. On top of hydration, it's the most consequence-free way to heal in the wasteland. I also take the time to consolidate and plant any foodstuffs I find around the area.
Good old
That's
USA.
not going to be very helpful until I can attract some settlers. I don't have the
Come on,
stuff
just
to make a
answer
settlement
the
for
door
perfect
and he'll
people
go
just yet,
away.
and the traditional way you get your first few settlers is off the table. In order to get the Minutemen out of that museum, you gotta take on that dev clock, which normally is more of a big set.
Good morning. Vault-Tech calling.
But I can't use a minigun, and I don't even have a weapon yet. Let's try to fix
Good
that.
morning.
As soon as I
Isn't
walk
it?
out of Sanctuary,
Just look at
I
that
find
sky
my
out
first
there.
weapon. I can't use that icky,
You can't begin to know how happy I am to finally speak with you. I've been trying for days. It's a matter of utmost urgency, I assure you.
Although they never actually called him that in this game. I've decided that companions are okay so long as they follow the rules too, and last I checked, dog meat doesn't use guns. We have a nice time testing our strength against these.
What's so important?
Why, nothing less than your entire future. If you haven't noticed, sir, this country has gone to heck in a handbasket. If you'll excuse my language, the big kaboom is... It's inevitable, I'm afraid, and coming sooner than you may think, if you catch my meaning. Now, I know you're a busy fellow, so I won't take up much of your time. Time being a precious commodity.
In order to get the
I'm
Minutemen
here
out of that
today to
museum,
tell
you gotta
you
take on that
that
death
because
clock,
of your
which normally is
family
more of a big
service
set
to our
piece because
country, you have been pre-selected for entrance into the local vault. Vault 111.
But there's room for my entire family, right?
Of course, of course. Miner's your robot, naturally. In fact, you're already cleared for entrance. It's just a matter of verifying some information. Don't want there to be any holdups in the unforeseen event of total atomic annihilation. Won't take but a moment.
Now, I can't wait for the world to end.
Ha ha! That's the spirit. Now, let's see.
The name is Rick Sanchez. I'm Pickle Rick! I turned myself into a Pickle Morty!
Wonderful. That's everything.
Thanks again.
Hey, it's peace of mind. That's worth a little paperwork, right?
Because the game just
For you
threw
and
into a suit of
Sean,
power
no price
armor
is
and a
too
minigun,
high.
but I can't use a minigun,
Good
and
answer.
I don't even
I
have
have
a
my
weapon
moments.
yet. Let's try to fix that. As soon as I walk out of Sanctuary Hills,
Fun.
I find my first weapon.
Wadsworth
I can't use that
resurfacing, don't you
icky,
think?
non-compliant gun on this wastelander, so that tire iron is totally allowed. Meet Mr. Bonky. He's gonna be our best friend for a bit. I head on over to Red Rocket and meet my first companion, Dog Meat. although they never actually called it competitive in this game. I've decided that companions are okay so long as they follow the rules too, and last I checked, dog meat doesn't use guns. We have a nice time testing our strength against these dangerous mole rats for their delicious meat, which solves our food problem for the time being. We need to get more though. Dogmeat and I wander over to Abernathy Farm, where the Abernathy family have no problems with me harvesting all their crops for them. More importantly though, Abernathy Farm is the first possible vendor that we can go to, where we can lawfully purchase a firearm. Unfortunately, all they have is a basic pipe pistol, which has too high of a magazine capacity for us to use. We'll have to come back later when maybe Connie Abernathy might have a pipe bolt action, which is something we are allowed to use. But for now, we promise to help them with their raider problem before heading back to Sanctuary with all of their potatoes in our pockets. We do a little more planting and building in Sanctuary because even if we have no immediate need to build out our settlement, as we have no means of attracting settlers, building gives us a small amount of experience, which is just enough to get to level 3. We've got our blitz broken out, plus
Much better now,
sneak
huh?
to help with getting the drop on enemies,
after
and that should
breakfast,
totally be
I was
good
thinking
enough
we
to
can
take
head
out
to the
a
park
handful of low-level
Weather should
basic
hold
raiders in one of the easiest areas in the game. Right?
Will it be like
We
that night
sneak
the
on
park
over
a
to
year
the
ago?
satellite where the raiders are hiding out, but before I can get a single hit in, the dog outside the raider base
What's wrong?
one-shots me, ripping out my goddamn throat while Dogmeat just stands there. Great. We try again, but before we can even get back to the satellite,
What's
a
wrong with
pair of
Codsworth?
raiders and their dog notice me, and even with Blitz plus my absurdly high agility for stacking lots of attacks in Bats mode, they drop me with a shotgun like I'm a sack of potatoes. Twice. I can't even take out the
Gloves a little
dog with
big right
Dogmeat's
now,
help
but
before these two wake up
Sean will
and
grow into it.
one-shot me. Could you excuse me for a second?
Ready? Grab your guitar, get musician, and let's play.
Na na na. Na 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 na.
Yes, followed by flashes, blinding flashes, sounds of explosions. We're trying to get confirmation.
Hey, Codsworth.
We seem to have lost contact with our affiliate stations. We do have coming in. That's confirmed reports. I repeat, confirmed reports of nuclear detonations in New York and Pennsylvania. My God.
It's at this time I realize that I have
my
no
God.
armor and
We need to get to the
endurance
vault.
was one of my
Now!
thumb stats so that I can get a really high agility. That's not the best
Residents
situation.
of Sanctuary
I make the
Hills,
decision that I should
if
probably
you are
explore the
registered,
far northwest of the map
evacuate
before
to
going
Vault
back to the
111
raid. I don't want to
immediately.
Red Rocket and
Stay safe,
Mole
buddy.
Rat caves to get some food items and easy XP, and then head back to Sanctuary to grab a few more morsels of experience by just exploring and building. Then I head over to Wicked Shipping, which turned out to be a great success. While the ghouls hanging out there were surprisingly tricky,
Excuse me.
there was a single raider who I was able to blitz down and defeat, and with that, I now have a full set of the most basic armor in the game. But things get even better. While I was carefully skirting the fringes of Concord as to not accidentally trigger the Minutemen quest prematurely, I discover a baseball bat. I don't even need to wait 10 days to use this. I take it back to Sanctuary and kit it out as best I can, naming it the Crumbler. I also find a knife that I named Stabilus, but I never use it. I milk a bit more experience out of setting up Sanctuary Hills, and then I set out with the Crumbler. I am now level 4. I have a full set of armor, even if it's not a very good set. I am ready. I approach those dudes just hanging out in the woods with my newfound power, and I crumble the shit out of them. I approach the satellite tower to get my revenge, and a goddamn mole rat with a landmine taped to it insta-gyps me. Now I have to fight all those dudes in the camp all over again, which I have no one to blame but myself, since they literally have a sleeping bag for me to save in right there. I clown on those campers all over again before carefully sneaking up on the satellite base and tactically ordering Dogmeat to take out that mole rat because he has plot armor and I don't. I find a nearby bed to save in before entering the raider base, where I find out the hard way that there's kind of a minigun.
You don't get in.
Thank God I remember to have a little nap outside the base. Another try later, and the raider gang is Delta.
We need to
head
get
back
in.
to Abernathy
We're on the
Farm,
list.
where turning in the quest means the settlement is now affiliated with
Adult
me.
male.
Therefore, I have a renewable supply of foodstuffs.
Okay,
Time to finally get a gun that I can lawfully purchase.
Come on!
What's gonna happen to all those people outside the gate?
In-game restock, Honey Abernathy still does not have a firearm that I can use in-game based on our rules. The next nearest vendor who sells weapons is incumbent. That is going to be a long, dangerous trip. I make the mistake of trying to help out some guy who wants to drain this quarry, and after getting dismembered by
Almost
the
there.
lowest tier
We're gonna be okay.
in the game more times than
I love you.
ever in
Both of you.
We love you too.
I decided to just
Oh, shit! Come on, let's go, 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 go!
The game just decides that I need to die. That was weird.
Here it comes!
I think it's enough where I have just enough money to be able to not only afford the stuff I need to finally build a recruitment beacon for Sanctuary, but also my first gun. It's a bolt-action pipe gun, which we're just going to assume has a legitimate serial number on the upper and all that good stuff. Remember that we've designated all pre-established vendors in-game as licensed firearm dealers for this challenge, including Miss Enjoy Your Stay over here. I don't trust those dead eyes. 5 hours in and I finally have a firearm. I can't use it for 10 in-game days, and I better make this work, because I can't get another one until 20 days after that. I return to my pile of rubble triumphant and spruce up the settlement in anticipation for all the new settlers we're going to get. Charisma is also a dump stat for me in this playthrough, so we won't be getting very many. My confidence strengthened, I strike out to see the world and get murdered by one random encounter after another. Scorpion, who I don't even get down to half health. I realize now that if I want to get anywhere, I'm going to need to build out a network of settlements where I can rest and recover before going deeper into the tunnel. I stopped by 10 Pines Bluff on my way to Covenant and picked up a Radiant quest to clear an area for a settlement, which just so happens to be the best possible one for me right now. Sunshine Tidings Co-op. It's close to Sanctuary and due south, so I can start making a caravan route to Diamond City. I still get murdered by a ghoul trying to get this done, because ghouls turn out to be pretty spicy in survival mode. Not as spicy as this random group of gunners that deletes me off this overpass, though. I finally make it back home to Sanctuary, where it would seem that Codsworth doesn't want to do a whole lot of anything except stare at the side of this house. Thanks, buddy. I wander out once again where I run into the Brotherhood of Steel. Thanks to their help, I survived the ghoul attacks, only to walk into a landmine. I really need to get that light footing first. The game isn't done punishing me for being stupid, though, as on my way back to Lexington, I get mauled by a Yaguai, and then the next time, I get point-blank mini-nuked. And then after that, I step on another landmine, because what the hell is learning my lesson? I finally make it back to the Brotherhood of Steel, and you bet as soon as I survive that, wave of ghoul attack, I saved as soon as I got near a bed. Okay, it's been a long, rough trip to get a foothold into the Boston.
I'm not wearing that in the future.
Places near enough to Diamond City to serve as a staging ground for trips into the metro. One trip across the river later, I find myself at the gates of Diamond City, and you bet as soon as again where I run into the Brotherhood due south, so I can start for a settlement, which just so happens to be the best possible one for me right now. Sunshine Tidings Co-op. It's close to Sanctuary and due south, so I can start making a caravan route to Diamond City. I still get murdered by a ghoul trying to get this done, because ghouls turn out to be pretty spicy in survival mode. Not as spicy as this random group of gunners that deletes me off the overpass, though. I finally make it back home to Sanctuary, where the Codsworth doesn't want to do a whole lot of anything except stare at the side of his house. Thanks, buddy. I wander out once again where I run into the Brotherhood of Steel. Thanks to their help, I survived the ghoul attacks, only to walk into a landmine. I really need to get that light footing first. The game isn't done punishing me for being stupid, though, as on my way back to Lexington, I get mauled by a Yaguai, and then the next time, I get point-blank mini-nuked. And then after that, I step on another landmine, because what the hell is learning my lesson? I finally make it back to the Brotherhood of Steel, and you bet as soon as I survive that, wave of ghoul attack, I save as soon as I got near a bed. Okay, it's been a long, rough trip to get a foothold into the Boston Metro, but now I have 2 places near enough to Diamond City to serve as a staging ground for trips.
I'm not going far. I'll just be over there.
River later, I find myself at the gates of Diamond City, where Nora Dark from the television show DC's Legends of Tomorrow is trapped outside. After a little sweet talking, Nora and I get into the city, and I get this shiny, new, slightly better baseball bat. called The Sprunkler. Nora wants to do an interview with me now, since after the fairy godmother thing didn't work out, she got into citizen journalism. I decided to take Nora along with me with my newfound confidence of having another set of hands to back me up. I get utterly wrecked trying to take on the raiders of the USS Riptide, and have to do everything after finally surviving that cool fight with the Brotherhood of Steel all over again.
Pressure on his youth before we head deeper.
This Riptide is a silly place, and this time I ignore it on my way home to drop off some stuff and restock on water. I also put some armor on Nora Dark because this isn't a comic book show and people...
for a whole new life.
Resident secure. Occupant vitals normal. Procedure complete. In 5, 4.
I'm feeling a bit cold.
Manual override initiated. Cryogenic stasis suspended.
This is the one. Here.
Open it.
Are we okay?
Almost. Everything's going to be fine.
Come. Right now. I've got him.
Let the boy go. I'm only going to tell you once.
I'm not giving you Sean.
Got it. Get the kid out of here. Let's go. At least we still have the backup.
Cryogenic reinitialized. Cryogenic array. All residents must vacate immediately. Critical failure in cryogenic array. All vault residents must. Critical failure in cryogenic array. All vault. Critical failure in cryogenic. All residents must vacate immediately.
Okay, give me a sec.
Critical biogenic array. All residents must vacate. Failure in cryogenic array. All residents must vacate immediately.
Pickle Rick! Turn myself into a pickle Marty!
Come on, come on, come on! Oh, God! I'll find who did this, and I'll get Sean back. I promise.
Malfunction in cryopod.
Why would Vault-Tec do this?
Override. Malfunction in cryopod manual release override.
Cryogenic array. Offline, premature termination resulting in system failure. Isolate, manual, and remote overrides detected. Controls disabled. Life support. Offline, premature termination resulting in system failure. Isolate, same thing. Disease, cause of death, asphyxiation due to life support failure. Pretty sure they're all the same. Unknown, pod door manually override engaged. Unknown, remote override engaged.
Can't be the only one left. Hello? Anyone? Why'd they do this? They're dead.
Cryopod manual release override.
So they're all dead, which really doesn't make a whole lot of sense. Hey, give me that. Give me? Here. Whoops! A balloon. Ah, rah, 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 rah. Rah, rah. Gonna get that ear. Rah, rah, rah. Give me that earring. Ugh. Whee! Whee! Hey! Hey! Where you going? Come here. Gonna get that bottom. Gotta get that belly. Oh, I'm sorry. Was I on you? Was I on you? Pretty much gonna say the same thing as the other one. Okay. So I got a little bit of time. Giant roaches. Confidential, confidential, confidential. Security eyes only. Violation. Vault Tech Procedure 01001011. Vault 11 is designed to test the long-term effect of suspended ammunition on unaware human subjects. Security staff are responsible for maintaining installation integrity and monitoring science staff activity. Under no circumstances are staff allowed to deviate from assigned duties, insubordination, or interference with vault operation or capital events. Security staff are authorized to use of force.
people know how to aim out here in the wasteland. I also take the time to build an ammo manufacturing setup that I will literally never use in this entire run. This time, I set out for Bunker Hill, as that's a pretty good place to stock up on junk items needed for crafting, and I can never have enough places where I can find a wasteland doctor to get diseases cured, because those are really stacking up right now. We make it there was little incident, agree to help out some guys find their dad's old hat, and then I head back home to get my first gun ready for use when the time is right. At last, after nearly 12 hours of suffering, I can use a gun. Behold, Sprongolo. It has been 10 days since I first purchased that pipe gun in Covenant, and I can finally take it out for a spin. I decided to head back to that area where I knew the raiders were going to be hanging out and take a few pot shots at them. One problem though, the textures in the quarry just weren't feeling it today. I end up dying a couple times because I literally can't see what I'm doing thanks to whatever error this is, and decide I'll come back later after maybe validating my files and taking the texture settings down a tick because there seems to be a problem with ultra textures. That's completely irrelevant though. I've got another problem I need solved.
Clearance,
I need more
security.
water. My settlements are starting to accumulate people, and more people means more production, and more production means that I can build more water sources, but also that more people other than me are consuming it. I've got a few large-scale pumps going, but it's still not quite enough to use water as a primary healing source outside of combat. I have a slick little plan though. I head over to Beantown Brewery, which has a shitload of bottles and only a handful of low-level raiders hanging out the place. Nora Dark and I clean the place out, and now I've got like at least 100 empty bottles. I head over to the nearest settlement, Overland Crossing, and while I'm not formally allied to it yet, they give me a quest to go clear out another place, and that's enough for them to let me use their hand pump. It takes a solid 5
daily
minutes
monitor the vital signs of cryogenically
water, and all my
preserve
low-risk
residents,
hydration and healing needs are met. In case you didn't know,
cognitive
most healing
activity
sources in
and
survival
activity
mode
must
either
be
carry a
recorded
physical need
hourly,
penalty, like making you thirsty
by
or increasing
saving
your chances of getting a disease the next time you rest in a bed, with purified water being the lowest risk, lowest penalty healing item in the game. It's very handy to have a lot of these on hand because even if in the long run they won't heal a ton of health, having a lot of them makes that not a problem. But do you know what's better than having a crap load of purified water? 2 crap loads of purified water. I mosey on over to Diamond City, not only to restock on bullets from a licensed vendor, which I'm just going to say we did the paperwork off screen, but also to pick up the quest Confidence Band. In case you didn't know, if an area in Fallout 4 needs to be part of a quest stages, it'll place in that area. Do you know what that means?
life-saving
As soon as we get to
intervention
the
is
final
only
stage of
permitted if
Confidence
greater
Band,
than
all
80%
those
of
empty
residents.
bottles respawn. Was it nice that I could help the DJ too, but now we are set for healing and hydration for the foreseeable future. Time to grind up some quests and rack up those perk points. I don't do any of the major quests or the story quests here. I'm mainly focusing on things that get me new settlements, because while the quests themselves do not give you a lot of experience points, all the building associated with getting a settlement ready for people nets you quite a bit of experience, and it's the most consistent way to gain XP, since I'm not really in much of a position to be grinding enemies right now, as all I've got is a weak melee, and the one gun I do have is already under leveled. Never mind that I need to go into town and spend all my cash when I run out of ammo, since lawfully purchasing my munitions means I can't just loot bullets off bodies. I get my ass handed to me several times.
Research is encouraged,
And
and last to overseer
I never disabled the DLC, meaning that I'll get random automaton encounters, which are basically guaranteed.
Security patrols are to be carried out on a constant 8-hour rotation. Security priorities include monitoring for signs of intrusion, checking for atmosphere leaks, settling disputes among personnel, enforcing regulations set forth by overseer, enforcement of regulations set forth by Vault Tech. Facility and due to the nature of Vault 111, personnel will be expected to perform duties outside their normal qualifications, such as janitorial duties and food preparation. The exact distribution of these roles is left to overseer discretion. All clear evacuation, all clear message. Following a nuclear event, Vault-Tec will monitor hazards such as radiation levels, enemy invasion, subsequent attacks, and other factors. Once conditions are deemed safe, this terminal will receive an all-clear notice. Upon receiving the all-clear notice, Vault-Tec personnel may be evacuated at overseer discretion. Disregard any notices from organizations or individuals not associated with Vault-Tec, including government and military. Residents are not to be disrupted or evacuated. Vault-Tec will attend to their needs remotely once Vault 11 staff have been evacuated. Mandatory shelter period. Vault 11 is classified as a short-term assignment. Non-resident personnel are expected to carry out research duties and basic maintenance of the vault while awaiting the all-clear signal to evacuate. In the absence of an all-clear message from Vault-Tec, Overseer may elect to evacuate staff after a mandatory shelter period of 180 days of containment. Under no circumstances may Vault 111 staff evacuate during the shelter period unless receiving the all-clear message from Vault-Tec. Security logs, October 23rd. God, it finally happened. The world's over. Barely got all the residents inside. Not everyone made it. Now it's just us and icebergs. I don't get it. Eggheads tried to explain to me that keeping them frozen is a big experiment for a better future or something. I don't know. It just doesn't seem right that we were smiling at them all that time before putting them on ice. Shouldn't we have told them something? December 25th, 2077. Christmas Underground got together with the rest of the security boys and support staff and had a little party. Best gift that got handed out was a fancy lad snack cake that wasn't too stale. None of the scientists came. Overseer wasn't there either. I just don't get them. They're hiding something from us. Another company secret only for higher-ups. Whatever, just a few more months until the all-clear is supposed to come through. Then we can start rebuilding. March 14th. Only a few weeks left in our mandatory shelter period. Everyone's getting stir crazy. Some people are even saying that the all-clear signal is never coming. We can't stay here much longer, that's for sure. It's not just the fact that I've been sitting at the same break room and bunk bed for over 6 months. It's the fact that we only have enough food left for another few months tops. The overseer keeps telling everyone to be patient, focus on work. He's definitely keeping us out of the loop. Something bad is going on. I just know it. April 23rd. Main door accessing the vault exit is malfunctioning now. The only way out is through the overseer's evacuation tunnel. How convenient for him. He has one of the science team watching the door into his office at all times from a little makeshift checkpoint. Got invited to a meeting tonight. Support staffers and security only. Sounds like I'm not the only one with an axe to grind. Last entry, no all clear from Vault-Tec. It's coming. We need to leave. We're all out. We're all but out of food. I almost murdered Stanley for dropping a damn salt cracker on the floor. A handful of us confronted the overseer about opening up the vault. I never knew a man that small could shout that loud. Now he's locked himself in his office along with the rest of the science staff. We're supposed to hand over any food, weapons, medicine we have by tonight, or there's going to be consequences. I talked to everyone. It's time. One way or another, we're getting out of this vault.
Giant roaches?
What the hell?
What the hell?
Well, thirsty after being cryo for so long. Future retro. Red minus. I'm just gonna play one level. Okay. Overseer memo. Remember, use of the recreational terminal is a privilege. If work performance decline, this privilege may be revoked. Enjoy responsibility. Top 10. Like, look, Rick, I'm at the top. Just so you know. Alarms indicate ammonia has been leave and do not enter without hazmat protection. Oh. Ah. Oh. Ooh. I'm good.
What happened here? Where is everyone?
Hopefully I didn't get too far in.
Isn't this all that's left? Terminal only. Nice. Coming back later for you. Terminal should open this.
My question is, so this is in the future, hypothetical future. We can assume, to a certain degree, that certain things would make sense. But in the world, it's like that government that enforces the rules no longer exists. This is just a mere, we don't know, but just letting you know the premise of what's at stake. And mind you, this is probably all over the world. And yes, I honestly believe there will be governments still around. You know, which really, really large corporations, guys. Oh, they got different rules to follow. Different rules to follow. Larger stakes. It's like, yeah, I'm breaking said rules. What's the consequences of those? It's like if just one person made this decision. Like, but it's not. Just so you know, with the military, guess what? There's a lot of people involved. A lot. They got civilians working for them, so you know. Civilians who are coming across, mind you, military intelligence. Military intelligence. First thing I'm going to ask is, can this information be trusted? It's like, yeah, it has to be that. Like, I want to know who gave you this information, right? I don't want to hear none of that classified bullshit. I really don't. Because guess what? If it's classified, then how am I supposed to know? If I can't know if this can be trusted? It's like, depending on the source, they might want me to think one way. But here's the thing. I'm going to take it at face value at first, right? Oh, depending on what it says. There's my sign. What am I going to do? Think about in the world. I do. It's like, I'm trying to stop. But no matter what happens, I still get to that point. Just so you know, not just one person pressing a button. It's multiple people. Like, I always assumed that, hey, the president can do certain things, right? But declare war isn't one of them. That's one man. It's like, what if he gets pissed off, right? Yeah, I think I'll take out. And then just names a country. We could take out any country. We could practically take on the world. But just so you know, certain calculations, I need more information to know for a fact. But here's the thing. We have many allies. Yeah, many allies. We got treaties and whatnot, right? And we have formed these treaties around certain things. Now, you can go through the history books, but here's the thing. You have to put yourself in their shoes. In their shoes. And mind you, in the past, shoes weren't that comfortable, though. Not really, but guess what? They were nice. And they were not cheaply made. Just so you know, these things were made to last. Typically, they're leather, right? There's like different things. Really keep track of. I got shorts on. Like, yeah, I'm really wearing retirement clothes. Just so you know. Like, I'm pretty sure I showed up. And maybe I should have dressed up a little more. Just so you know, this outfit is sold there. Like, dude, I don't even want to tell you what's on it. It's, one could say, end of the world. That's what's on it, right? But it reminds me of a episode of Rick and Morty. And this freaking episode is burned into my conscious. It's like, yeah. It's like I was watching the thing on repeat, but it kept glitching out. Now, I was watching it on YouTube. On YouTube right now, guys. YouTube. As long as there's internet, all you know. Unless there's no internet, then what's going to happen with YouTube, right? I'm recording these messages just in case. It's like, yeah. Anyways, describe the shirt. It's pretty much a tank top. It has like leaves, camo, and skulls. Just so you know, I picked it out because of the skulls. Jeez, like how many things do I get? Careful, back in the hat, right? Just so you know, evil axe. Evil axe. And I really like though is the camo. That's definitely camo, just so you know. So my shorts have the same skull, same flower, but I don't see any of the camo. I see actual leaves, like on a tree. And those kind of, maybe that's where you got the thought, right? Where you can see. Just so you know, there are people who are colorblind to this color. Colorblind to green or red, but I think it's green. I think the green looks red. Unfortunately, that stands out. Just so you know. So I know how this defect works. It has to do with the cones in your eyes. Cones in your eyes. I didn't think about cones. Cones. I know how to make a cone. It's like, it's easy. Look at those. I mean, I can now, but here's the thing. I can research that. Research that. It's like this. I could probably make. Requires delicate hands, I'm sure. Steady hands. Like, yeah. My hands aren't that steady. But I definitely cannot perform surgery. So you know. Definitely not. I can oversee. But you don't want my hands on you. Like, you don't get hurt. Pay attention, hands, right? I can tell you certain things. COVID? Oh, I can tell you a lot about COVID. Oh, where do I start? I saw this months in advance, so you know. I didn't want to believe it. I really didn't. And I think there were a lot of us. But, once again, politics. Politics and government. One and the same. People don't talk about politics, but guess what? They're not doing anything that you want. It's like, yeah, they're supposed to be doing the will of the people, right? It's like, yeah. We want to change who's in charge. Just so you know, it depends on what. It's like, you have to think about it, right? And this all has to do with these vaults, because essentially different things happen to them, but they pretty much operate the same with an overseer. Overseer, pretty much head boss. Authority, they're the filter for Vault-Tec. In these vaults, these bunkers. They call them vaults, but they're fucking bunkers, so you know, guys. That's what you would do if you went into the vault. The thing is, you go in that vault, there's no guarantee what's gonna happen afterwards. Like, yeah, it really depends. Now, these vaults, these bunkers, they cost a lot. They really do. An ungodly amount. It's like, yeah. It's like, your character was lucky to be handpicked, and part of it probably had to do with his military reserves. I guarantee you, Vault-Tec was involved with military. They wanted to make money off this, but they used it to corporations like, yeah, ran by people. They probably made money. It just really depends. It's like, they could be selective with who they let in, and they were. You're not getting into one of those vaults at the time that it's needed, for the purpose that it's needed, the end of the world. So, a certain amount of people are able to go into very select numbers. This is just one possible. It could be problematic if very select is, how do I say this? Because, yeah, your location, because that's what it is. Location. Might not make sense to some, but it will make sense to a few. If it's completely crazy, it's like, yeah, I know. It was a test, by the way. Test to see if my ideas are crazy, right? That's the thing. It's like, yeah. So guess what? Slow down. No. Like opposite of a curse. Counteract it. I can watch this guy here. See, changes. These talismans aren't really supposed to be changed. Things can be added to them. Once I do this, guess what? I know. Junk. Junk is a one of those words, you know? Junk. Like things. It's a generalized term. A lot of junk in my house, I'll tell you that. A plan. And I just don't know. Bang. Oh, I thought it was okay. You sound innocent. It's like, but then they go to ignorance isn't defense. It's like, yeah. Judge might be a little lenient, especially if I. But here's the thing: they're supposed to tell you, you can't take it over state lines. You're in violation because it's it's federally illegal. So typically, it's federal roads that you take out of town, or not out of town, out of state. They've pretty much done this for a reason. Yeah, you can cross on foot. What's stopping you? It's like when it makes sense, though. I would, if you want my honest opinion, how I'd handle this is, so technically with this bought legally in my state, because you could apply this to different states, and you kind of want certain things. Yes, you contact someone outside a state where this substance, I could call it many things. I can lessen I can it's technically or not. Get paid. That's the question. It's like, yeah. 3 years that way. Yeah, it's like Yeah. Thing. Just so you know, this medicine helped me when I had cancer. And that's when I really started taking this medicine. I call it medicine, sure. And yeah, I think every household should have it, right? As long as they pay. Like, I don't. It's a cash in business, pretty much. It's gonna be really weird when you can just buy it with plastic. Oh, so you know what I mean? Right now, you only handle it in cash anyways. And I guarantee you, the ones that do, they're going to allow you to use that loose piece of plastic at the store. It's going to add to the convenience. Most of these freaking shops have ATMs on the premises, so you know. That typically accepts all banks. Typically, I don't say always, but here's the thing: it's going to take pretty much banks in the surrounding area, guaranteed. Because I can tell you, location. I'm in a good spot. I'll tell you that. Location, it's good. I'm really close to an airport, so you know. I have purposely chosen places near airports. Because guess what? Oh, you don't want to get out fast. Oh, this changes my plans. Just a little. Still. It's like, yeah, you can still drive. Right now, we're sitting on, I think, 3 vehicles? Maybe 4. 3 that are back at the house regularly. And potentially more. I'm just listing the ones I have here. So, these 3, only one of them is mine. So, I technically have a car. And yeah, I have chosen this car specifically. You could say, yeah, fell in love with it. At first sight, first of all, it was raining. But that was pretty much all I needed. Second of all, I had the money to pay for it, right? I did a honesty check on a person I got it from, and it's a person I work with. I trusted this guy. I had a feeling he would tell me that I gave him too much. Because he could have pocketed, but he wasn't just doing this to make money. He was doing this to help me out. I'm sure he could have gotten more for that van. And I'm pretty confident that, yeah, tell you easiest way. It's like, yeah, you have them sign it. And then you just hold on to it. You don't fill it out. Not if you're planning on selling it, right? Now, he wasn't planning on, like, using it for work or anything. He probably knew he was going to sell this fast. Because he probably got a great deal on it, and that's great. That's good. This car could be worth something. It could be worth more. I lowballed it, by the way. And he probably asked, and there's several things. It's like, yeah, the provenance. It's like, yeah, you're gonna want to know. There's certain things you can do to check. First of all, look under the car. Just look under it. You don't even have to get down, but if you get down further, you'll see more. Okay. I'm watching Boss. I think there's a lesson we learn, right? Right? Oh, first. First pawn. Just like checkers. To the string. So. Huh? There is just like. Okay. Shoot. I want to find out, right? It's like, I really want to work. I really do, guys. Oh, I'll find a way to make it work, right? It's just like, I can go in there like this, like, only if they ask certain questions. I'll tell them the truth. Yeah. And they typically find out because they ask. So, why were you let go from your last job, right? I don't want to lie. I had cancer, and guess what? It left me mobilely impaired. I was unable to walk. I was pretty much positioned to stay in bed, seated position, pretty much. Laying position, really. Well, I recovered from not only the surgery, but the damage that was done. Now, just so you know, the tumor straight up did all this. I don't think my doctor messed up anything. What I think they're messing up on is they're not giving the Social Security, the disability information. That's pretty much what I got from the denial letter. They contact, and yeah, I see them doing it several times. It typically coincide with me calling them. Which, to be honest, it's like, yeah, this is when we were waiting and relying on it. Just so you know, the fact that I can't even get a job could be, but just so you know, that's discrimination against the disabled. It's like, yeah, it's like, if they think they can, you should give them the right. It's like, yeah, but then there's legal issues. And just so you know, this whole, you know what I'm saying, I'll just get to the point where I tell them, I know, I'm legally responsible for myself. This I know. But technically, when you're working for a company, you gotta do what that company says, right? Unless it's illegal. It's like, how do you know? Typically, you ask around, or you look it up, or so many different things. It's like, that'll be the day. And I'll predict it right now, guys. Won't happen until after. After it becomes federally legal. Federally legal. Yes, there are talks about it being changed, pretty much from Schedule 3 to Schedule 1. Less of a punishment, but still federally illegal. But it does change many things. And yeah, one of those things is what? Cheaper weed. Yeah. Possession. Could mean so many different things. Legally, yeah. Like, it's being tracked. It's like, yeah. Oh, she really has. I'm telling you, it's like buy in bulk and then Like, could I sell these in machines? I wouldn't want to. You know, this interaction's kind of what I'm wanting, right? You will know that I'm doing this. And I'll test. Like, some people cannot do anything about it. Oh, right. Let's see. So, do we trade? Yeah. Doing this, like, yeah. Not good on it. Oh, we're gonna treat it just like tobacco and alcohol, so you know. Like, it's inevitable. It really is. If they do that, and it's fairly legal, it'll be done in stores. Like that. Convenience. Yeah, depending on how they do it. It's like, people are gonna want that personal touch. No. It's like, that's not us. Is that you? That's not do that, right? You lost. That's not. Okay. No. Yeah. Not really. Just. No. 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 Right now, I'm gonna get my ass kicked in this one. I'm gonna come close. Just so you know, my power level way low. It's not like I have really good teams. I'm just calculating which one can beat me quicker. Try this one. Yeah, I'm using a Pegasus team, which is new. But it's not full team. I'm running with Silver Surfer, of course, and Ultron. So, you know, last I knew, Ultron was badass. Yeah. Chris and... what's your face? Person you partners with. It's like, yeah. I knew they were going to be a force to be reckoned with, right? It's like, yeah. And with that, I'm done. Pretty much forced to do 2 arena matches a day. To be honest, I think that was 3. Yeah, you can do a bunch of real-time arena. Like, yeah, they constantly ban different ones. It doesn't even matter. It's like, yeah. It used to be they went by your power level on the thing. And it's like, yeah, too many people were purposely leaving or using low-level minions that would not really register much of a power level. It's like, yeah. And then use one really good, like, AoE. And, yeah, that worked for a while, but now it doesn't. It's like, people aren't playing enough, and you're forced to go against people with a proper team. You just made it easy for them, so you know, it's like, yeah, that's what I used to hope would happen. Now, I'm behind, I just can't, I don't have anything good for the counters. I'm almost done. Because we're really going to play this game. And apparently don't even want to do survival. We're about at that point. I'm watching other videos and yeah, they say it all. I didn't even know we had a war. No, I'm going to be a sec, guys. People already start tearing up the place. Whatever it started at 3 or 4. It was 30. That's what I was supposed to do when I was outside. So, pretty much, nope. Yeah, I can totally. It's like, yeah, I can technically defeat those 2, right? I can use my 2 really good teams on those and then take out the shield. I'm just checking out my options. Oh, I got a whole thing, but anyone can clear that. But you're not clearing that. You really aren't. So, I'm going to help the Alliance out right now. Because I'm a team player. I'm going to use my better ones to take out these. It's an X-Men team and the Black Order with Thanos. It's like, I know that one is very defensive. They're a lower one, though. I got this. Okay. What combination is going to take them out? I might as well just bring up my heavy hitters, right? I got 3 heavy hitters right there. Now, they need backup. That's like, unfortunately, the normal backup is a little lower. I have buffed these guys as much as I can. Only thing I can do is get them to level 8. They're at 70 right now. It's like, yeah. It's like, the amount I can do it. Do it before I even do this, right? So it's like, yeah. I'm just debating. It's like, yeah, I can... Yeah, I'm going to want to up my level of my Pimtech team. I know, they're not any good, but guess what? I need them. Like, dude. I'm trying to think. Villains are going to benefit more. No, Ant-Man? Ant-Man's what makes this team, so, you know. He really does. Do I keep... Let's see, what do you... Give it a try. Because, yes, that you is the weakest on that team. Okay. Thanos is the power of this team, so, you know. So take him out. If you can do it quick. Okay, it's like, yeah, they can take a hit. He already has the power. But yeah, they're already all buffed up. You need a fast team. Jesus. Well, I know. Castle. I'm gonna try something different, but here's the thing. They're gonna win. I should just use her. She's my star player. Don't count me out yet. So I got Ultron. Just gonna take him out because I'm too tired of looking at him. They're gonna attack his minions. God, his health is all the way back up. Like, come on. It's just healing. Boom. Well, we're gonna take him out. Think about the... Oh, crap. I've lost 2 so far. And I haven't even taken out 1. I need to take out 1 at least. Yeah, it's not gonna work. He's just healing too much. Come on. And that's probably it. Yep. Done and over with. Oh, he's back. Still not gonna make a difference, though, you know. Yeah, now they got more to kill. I just need to take him out. If I can take him out, it breaks the chain. And I just might. Come on. Now, time to focus on Thanos himself. It's like, come on, Ultron. No revives. Here's more. Power up. And boom. Mad Titan's out. Who counted me out? Like, I'm actually choosing the attacks myself. I could go on auto if I want, because pretty much you just focus. Focus down. It's like, what do you want to do? Take them out. Less people on the board. Like, time for Ebony Maul, because I have no choice. Bring in more. Oh, you were having trouble before? So yeah, Ultron's good once he gets going. He's like a steamroller. Boom. Boom. and more. Now you just got minions on minions. It's like, yeah, what are you gonna do? Oh, I forgot the power up, but it's fine. Boom. You don't have to hit those every time. You can just attack. What you doing? Boom, you're gone. Get that out of here. That were just slaughtered. I wanted them to be picked off. I was like, yeah, they big enough hitters that if you don't take them out quick, it becomes a problem. But that's where Ultron kicks in. Like, this guy has time to build up. He needs a little cushion too. Just so you know, that was off a revived Ultron. Okay, now X-Men. We're gonna use, of course, Tesla. And I can use Silver Surfer. I didn't use him before. But now, you're really gonna do this, right? Yeah. Yeah, who knows? Like, I invested in this team for a reason. They were good. Alright, what's holding these guys back are the levels. I got max stars. Okay. Call them in. Or fodder. Really want to take out this guy. Let's go. And yeah, I'm going to stop him from doing anything, so you know. 2 X-Men down. Weren't even targeting him, by the way. So yeah, time to take out Colossus. He's a big guy. It's like, yeah, he's gone. Just took care of him. She's my heavy hitter. Who is it? Yep, it's Phoenix. And she's not going to be able to revive. Got Kessler to shut that down. Just so you know, these are all humans. Fighting the mutants. It's S.H.I.E.L.D. Yeah. S.H.I.E.L.D. Boom. Time to delete. Delete. No revives for you. Steam does okay. It's like, yeah, Shannon Carter is the weakest character in that group, so you know. She does okay, but to be honest, definitely the weak link. Okay. And of course, I'm going to check out the room I just didn't destroy. I opened. And yeah, no, I'm not going to be able to get through any of that. And I don't have all day. We can clear a whole room here. I did the Alliance a favor, and this is what I have to do. I can wait and see if weaker opponents get open, but guess what? I'm the weakest link anyway, so I should be putting my stuff in here easy clears, is what I call it. Guarantee it's S.H.I.E.L.D. officers. Their level and everything. It's like, yeah, anyone can take them out. Sure. Bionic Team. I need to update it because I just got what's her face? Vision's daughter. So yeah. Sorry, they're under Bionic Avengers. Boom. It's like, yeah. it's a cool looking team. And same thing with Gammas. My first team that I originally went for, and I didn't start going for it until I got Mr. Citizen. Marauders, Brotherhood, pretty much almost the same thing, so you know. But yeah, I know a lot of characters that can pretty much solo the shield officers. I can use any team. I got enough teams to completely delete this all, but you need 10 teams. Yeah, 10 teams that pretty much counter anything. It's like, yeah, you're not going to have them all. I'm really trying. Problem is, I started and then stopped. It's like, if I didn't stop, I'd be fine. I could have kept playing, but what really got to me was when I, first of all, didn't have my phone for like 2 weeks. It's like, just missing like a day or so. GTA has some piece of thing. There's a car that you claim for like cheap. Might get on just to get the car. It's like, yeah, that's pretty much the only reason why I play the game. Is literally to collect cars. And I have the room for them. I really do. But send them, I got each car I get is like I have to send to the auto shop, and then guess what? And then I have to do so many things to do that. It's like, it's a heist. It's like, so it's work, and technically it also costs you however much you would have made doing this. Use a decent expert on the team. It's like, yeah, it's just, it really depends on what the counter is. Yeah, pretty much on that excellent team you can send, there's a wide amount of variation you can do. Depends on the situations. Like sometimes Wolverine's good to send with them, but sometimes Wolverine's good for the Weapon X team. It's like, yeah, it's situational. Sure. And I typically do not change single thing. Boom. She-Hawk works good with this group, but thing is, I put her on with the Gammas. But they still got Nemo. Sorry. You know, he's classified as a mutant, too. Trying to send out the X-Force. Great team. I just got them to, I think, level 80 or 70. I only got a couple teams at level 80. I got a lot of choices. Just so you know, I can just choose, because any of these teams, even if they're missing people, we still dominate. Sure. Watch. I actually am happy I had started this one, but the problem was I couldn't get freaking Adam Warlock. But then I came back and I got so many of these legendaries, these event things that are permanent. It's like, yeah, they open up to more characters that people had. Yeah, once I already invested in, it's like, yeah, thank God. Like, it was easy to, and it's like, yeah, I went through so quick until I was back. It's like, yeah, dude, just open these up. I just tested them out. And yeah, now I'm going after, symbiote Spider-Man. It's like, yeah, he's my weak link. Those are Hive Mind, by the way. Saving that team for last. It is my heavy hitter, especially on war. Oh, it's like, who do you put in? Here's the thing. Boom, boom, boom. I have to change this because guess what? Oh, oops. That's Guardians. Look at that. Okay. It's a little different, but guess what? It'll be fine. I'm really tempted to watch that. It's like, yeah, I haven't seen season 2 of Loki yet. Yeah, I know it's on Disney Plus. It's like, yeah. Yeah, they're getting the money for him, right? It's like, yeah, I'm curious. Oh, look, I got 2 more. Can't even take out this freaking room. Someone else is going to come in and clean up and take my points. But I'm not here for the points. I'm here to help out the Alliance as much as I can. And to be honest, I don't have time to sit around and wait for this. Holy crap. Another room that can be destroyed. Just so you know. And we can get into that. So we got 2 rooms guaranteed destroyed. Just so you know, that's 20,000 points. With that, we could win. Yeah, you want them to invest. Not even near me. I'll tell you who I have on my war defense. And I think I am going to change it. Make minor changes, because guess what? I'm going to do this, yeah, I'm trying to put my strongest up front. So my weaker ones aren't so noticeable, but teams I know guaranteed get defeated if they come to me. I have an AIM team. Garbage team, I know it's garbage. I have purposely not invested in them. Next, Ravagers. They do okay. I think they're really good offensively, so maybe I should change that. That's one change. I'd put someone else in that space. Nothing else, that team's a good team to use to take out shields. Then I have Inhumans. That's a solid team. And then I have a Hydra team, I guess. It's like Arch Nemesis, mercenaries, stuff like that. It's like, yeah, I can change that if I want. For what they are, they're characters I don't like to use, but I do not like the face. I can take them out, use them on offensive. It's an interesting team. So it has crossbones. What's that is, yeah, I got Baron Nemo. He's at max. But also max is the Winter Soldier. Then I think that's Taskmaster, which, by the way, has 6 stars, red stars, and 6 stars. Then I have Crossbones, of course. He's the weak point. He's the taunter. It's like, yeah, kill him off. He's not capable of doing a lot of damage. Takes damage. That's what he's meant for. And then I have Kingpin. And Kingpin, I can actually farm if I want. Not really worth the investment, so you know. Then I have the Guardians. Great team. Then I have Red Skull with a bunch of Hydra. Just because that's what that team centers around. They keep reviving as long as he's up. You pretty much have to take him out. I can use that on offense, so yeah. But I would have to check certain things. Like, is it minions or is it just Hydra? Because Hydra, I got other Hydras that would go great with him. Minions, yeah, these minions are the best. And I got Black Order, Thanos, and I got Heroes for Hire. One is okay. I haven't taken them to level 80, and I should have. Now it costs too much to do. Yeah, I'm starting to level up my Gamma team because that's a good team. My Brotherhood. Just so you know, it's like, yeah, some of these are not that great, but yeah, towards the end. But yeah, I can replace several of those. But yeah, they destroyed a whole room. Yeah, I get the. It's not. See what your team is for. What your is doing. It's like, yeah, that looks like infestation team. Oh, they got Young Avengers. Think about that. Breaks up the Inhuman team, though. Pretty much. You could still use them for offense to take out like shield teams if you really want to. That breaks up the him team, though. Which I don't know. Of course, they have Black Order with Thanos. Then they're using this is Mockingbird, Coulson, Rowan, The Thing, and Tyra. It's a decent level team. And of course, they got Asgardian team minus Loki and Hela. They substitute the other two Asgardians. Okay, here's the thing. Okay, so should Kitty, Iceman, Jubilee, Bishop, and Beast all on a team. And then probably Spider Society. And Out of Time, I think. It looks like it has Agent Venom on it. And they have the Darkhold team. You really want to know who's good? Sorry. Let's just get my leader. Of course. Shield team they use, which is interesting. This is a Inhuman with Shield. It's Secret Avengers minus Nick Fury. So, and then Crystal and Black Bolt. Interesting. Then they have a Bionic team, so it was good. That's an Infestation team. Interesting. And there's that same team again. Two of these I'm missing. One I just unlocked. And that's from nowhere, it looks like. That's an interesting team. But my leader always has the most interesting teams. There's the X-Men team. There's this is almost identical as the other. Yeah, all interesting. And we look at this other guy. He's pretty much our two top ones, and they've buried them down. But yeah, that's the Loki team, the Bifrost. Cool. Infinity Watch. Nice, okay. And the Horseman, it looks like. This is interesting because it has Psylocke, Dark Beast, Gamora, Archangel, and Magneto. Oh, okay, there's that, and they paired it up with Black Widow and Doom. Interesting. There's a wall. Young Avengers. Looks like they're using both Asgardian teams on offense. Okay. Well, I'm sure we can win. We're just down right now. I've seen us come back like way towards the end, so you know. And yes, winning is winning. Nothing there, so... Certain ones I may just try to get just to stop having to farm them. It's like, yeah. Kingpin's there. But I gotta save it to, of course. Pretty sure this whole thing I've already cleared. Yep. So the first thing you should do, get the max number of stars. Some of these, yeah. I don't have to check on these again, so you know. Yellow jacket. So I don't forget. But I'm not. It's not needed right now. Right. I'll go for those two at the same time. Alright. I got one. Okay, okay. So, yeah. Cool. Sometimes the best offense is a good defense. So let's do. Fast enough. This team, power armor. It's a team I already leveled. Pretty confident. So the team that would be good for it would be, of course, they already have Thanos. Like, yeah, you can throw someone else in there. They already have Thanos with all those powers. Strong version of it. It's like, yeah, probably. It's like, but to be honest, Iron Man. I don't even know what I threw. This team might be a little different. A lot of AoE attacks in the beginning, which is good. You want something that's attacking everything. The Gallagher, guaranteed kill. Alright, now. Take him out. So, you know, all these guys are wearing power armor. Literally, their name. Power armor. Team 8. Okay. And he did a special. I already know who the weak link on this team is. And yeah, what counters Tony Stark's weak armor and health is his companion. Pepper Potts. Pepper Potts. I could keep going. It's like, yeah. Let's see. Oh, I got plenty of teams. I don't even have to use this now. It's like, yeah. It's like anyone can do this now. Okay. Now wait. Back up. Oh yeah, and I used the symbiote team. This team I know is completely badass because they shred and they just destroy teams. It's like, yeah, as they kill more of you, it's like they get faster. And if you're a summoning team, guess what? You're toast. Let me use this team. It's like, yeah. I know we'll tear through anything pretty much. Their own level. Very few counters to this team, by the way. You're gonna kill them, you have to kill them fast and quick before they build up that speed. Okay, whole army of demons. There was a team, it'd be this team, so you know. They weaken me, yeah. It's like, yeah, we have different set of skills, but to be honest, literally just do the one first. The other ones do Halo and Spread. It's like, yeah, it just makes it quicker. But pretty much all the moves do the same. Okay. A wind, right? Gotta go old school Avengers for this, right? And Sure. But that's where we stop. Objectives. Like, yeah, I'm always in pain, but here's the thing: when you're in pain all the time, guess what? Yeah, focus on the same area. I already knew that. Oh, work it. That freaking work. It's like, yeah. It's like not even in the spot, but it's lower. It's like it must have pushed down there. Like I'm assuming, and it makes sense. And as you go up, it's like I get more sensation. And yeah, surprisingly, I can still feel that. That's because it's connected all the way to probably your brain stuff. It's like certain survival things, right?
He wipes right now because
And
I
just
have exactly nothing that feels damage to the
learning how hard it is on survival. And as I said, I know it's going to be hard. Eventually, yeah, I'll get to the point where I can stay on, and pretty much if I still need caps, guess what? That's what I'll do. But we're not at that point yet. It's like, to be honest, if you can't get from the beginning, then why brag? Still deciding. It's going to be hard. It's going to be a challenge with a lot of resets. It's like, yeah, you have to sleep in bed. It's like, yeah, you build a bed by, guess what? Different settlements, right? No fast traveling. Who wants to watch that? It's like, this is stuff that you have to edit out. But pretty much, just so you know, it's like, this all benefits. Like, I used to, like, to be honest, I didn't even know about fast traveling when I first played this game. Or any of these games. It's like, yeah, you go, it's like, yeah, saves you time. And you're less likely to run into problems. It's like, yeah, random encounters, pretty much. That's what makes it tricky. This can, and it's like transportation, right? To be able to do business, like, yeah, how you gonna do that? You pretty much have to be the living man yourself. And is it really worth it? You have to go below a certain thing. Yeah, ideally you want to be able to carry as much as possible. Sure, you can't ammo vendor because these things, they don't weigh much, but they add up. It's like, yeah, this is in real life. Do with other things, but like, get the most out of per pound because it really comes down to what can you carry. Not only that, what you need to survive. So you're gonna need food, water, and ammunition, and yeah, and I'm not gonna be able to use as many guns as I had before. You don't want that many different variety of calibers, especially in that size. So essentially what you can do is take these and use them the trade, sell them, because you're never going to use them, right? Like, what's the point of having, I don't know, it's off the top of my head, like 556 ammo. So any ammo that you're not going to use or can't use, it's like certain ammos I would not necessarily collect, but have. Because it does change. It's like, yeah, you're going to want a pretty much laser weapon. It's like, yeah, these are advanced weapons. They replace ballistics for a reason, guys. Yeah, there's certain things you can do to negate the damage these deal. But there's certain things that are only affected by it. Like, off the top of my head, Marlers and Sumos. These things get taken down, and to be honest, they do okay against pretty much everything. It's not ideal because fusion cells, I think, are very expensive. Or are not very expensive. They just in that gray area. It's like, yeah, it's like having them. It's like if I didn't use fusion cells, yeah, I would sell them. But since I use them, buy them. Buy them, right? See if it's cost effective. Test run. It's like, yeah, I have all these numbers, but in actuality, like me, I'm definitely using the musket gun. It's like, yeah, one of the best guns out there. It's like level this up. It's like, yeah, gun perk you're gonna need, science perk you're gonna need. It's like almost everything down the intelligent thing you're gonna need anyway, especially to play this build. And yeah, strength. You're gonna need a certain amount of strength just for you to utilize the power armor. It's gonna take time and a lot of restarts. And yeah, to be honest, if I was on survival, it would take a little bit longer. Not a little bit, a lot longer. And I go about it differently because I prioritize getting both my charisma and my strength, but then I'd also go for luck. Eventually, you're gonna need foreign perception. Earlier the better, because guess what? You're gonna come across a lot of freaking locks. Survival, I would prioritize strength. Strength would be the first thing, because guess what? It's not gonna be easy. And the problem is, guess what? Endurance. It's like, you can't really do this without taking any damage. And yet, you're guaranteed to get hit. And guess what? It starts all the way over, all the way back to the last time you stopped. I'm not completely concerned about the food. But guess what? You're gonna need food and water to transport. These are things that are gonna eat in your profits. Still gonna have plenty of money. It's like, yeah, to be honest, I could probably just pretty much having these. It's like, yeah, you don't want to buy them really, but just buy them. Throw water them in. That's what you use and you can sell. It's like you don't even need to build anything besides like a drinking fountain or a sink. But you do have to stand there. And guess what? While you're filling them up, you're needing energy and of course water, but the water's not a problem. It's like food. You could essentially just plant stuff and eat that. Self-sufficient. But yeah, while you're hunting dog, guess what? You're gonna encounter animals. I encounter, guess what? I'm gonna kill it and eat it, right? Animals. It's like, yeah. So, right there, it's gonna cost you some money to get that. Cost you ammo, money, ammo, same thing, right? Well, we might get to the point where we could just carry this. So, it's like, yeah. Pretty sure the weight to cost ratio is better with ammo than, say, water. I've never tried to necessarily make money off of selling ammo. So I typically keep it all. So, and yeah, I would probably prioritize. And that's just another thing. It's like, yeah, you'll have to put points into endurance. Yeah, you have to make it. You know, what I'm thinking about is actually starting my business. And we're not going to focus on the main quest. I will up to, I think, Lexington or Concord. Once I get the mustard gun. So that's the one thing I need for survival. Up to that point, it's going to be hard. And yeah, I will kind of treat it like I'm playing survival. Which, I mean, I'm going to eat and drink and stuff like that. It's fine. But yeah, I'm going to collect bottles and just go in there, and we could turn that into a business. So, you know, you really don't need to build these humongous water pipes. The hydration. But you're going to waste a lot of your time, and I wish it gave me experience. I really do. If it gave me experience, I'd be all over it. Let's be a freaking... And you typically, you're doing something. It's like, yeah, you're taking pretty much any kind of container and turning it into purified water. Yes, these water stations do a certain amount, and yeah, you could get to a certain point. Before, since I could fast travel, so it wouldn't matter how long it took, I could just get as many of these as it produced, and then guess what? Go. Problem with that is you can't just stand around. You have to do something. It's like, yeah, without fast travel, you're questing to another city. It's like, yeah, it's gonna go while you're going. Yeah, I take my medicine, of course. I like taking it first thing in the morning, but sometimes, because how it makes me feel, I have to take it later in the evening. It does different things, too. It's like, yeah. The biggest thing that helped was rest and quiet in my mind. It's this burst of, with strands, but with all, really. Like, really nothing, but eventually you quiet the paranoia, the panic, whatever. And relax. I'm waiting. These are not all cut from the same sheet of metal, by the way. Otherwise, they'd be more uniform. Really cool design. And I got two. I got the personal size one, and these are things I would, if I went into this business, I'd get into. I mean, it's needed for what I intend to sell. But get a person who asks. It's like, yeah, I can make recommendations of where I'd go to get it not only legally, because legally purchased in the state. Let's save them some gas, right? Because as long as I don't cross state line, technically I'm in legal possession of this. Travel with it, you pretty much have to treat it like, what I understand, alcohol. It's like, yeah, you like alcohol. It's a little different than alcohol, but okay. Like walk. I've been taking walks because it's part of my PT. I guarantee you, if I was doing PT still, which I did do PT, they would encourage me to walk. But they did say to me, don't push yourself. Like, yeah. Eventually, I'm going to have to sit back down in a chair. I can't stand indefinitely. Especially now. It's like, yeah, I can in certain areas. Like, yeah, tell them, hey, I need to sit down. They are required to give you adequate rest breaks and whatnot. It's like with cart pushers. Technically, any associates, which actually include, mind you, the technicians out in the shop, does not include the store associates inside. Just so you know, they're not supposed to really ever get into a customer's car to pull it in. They can if they feel comfortable, but to be honest, I just hang it up. Let someone else do it. It's like, yeah. Problem with that is the technicians start to control the flow of business. That's why when they had service writers who were required to drive cars in, guess what? They set the pace. And typically, yeah, you have a service writer that's doing this, and yeah, they get the cars in as they're needed. Yeah, you can get by with one service writer, but ideally you should have to cover the one when they're off. Problem is when they go on vacation, it's like, who covers on their days off? Well, technically technicians can, if they all really know how. It's like, it's not hard to do. The computer part of it. What's more difficult is the other things that are included with doing it. You're supposed to make like selling suggestions and whatnot. You're supposed to make the company money. Like, the best way for you to do that is, I mean, what might be great? It's like incentives, right? Something more than just employment. Benefits. And yeah, there's some things they would do. It's like pizza party. It's like, yeah. Like, nothing speaks better than money. Like, bonus. One-time payment. And yeah, you can implement the Walmart attendance policy. They incentivize them to be there, because if they're there, guess what? The shop's gonna make money, right? You need bodies. Like, yeah, you want to try to put as many cars through as you can safely. With the efficiency, it's like, yeah, I can imagine. It's like pretty much what the problem is if you don't have the business for it. We worked off a skeleton crew. Bare minimum. It's like, yeah, we had enough. Like two in the day, two at night. And then we had occasionally 3 in the morning, but not often. It's like we had a third to cover, because you always have to have at least 2 technicians at all times. Bare minimum. If you're busy, you're going to want more than that. Otherwise, the wait times are going to compound. So maybe 30 technicians, but you can't have them in the morning. They literally had a morning shift, mid shift, and closing. And I think they're back to that, but when they had adjust hours, they just had morning shift and evening shift. And almost to the point where the morning shift covered the whole day. Problem is, it tends to get busier because most people work a 9 to 5 job, and they don't get off until 5 o'clock. And I said most. It's like, yeah. That is, sure do. I would love to work every day but one. But if I'm good at my job, you're going to give me an extra day off or give me more work. I'd like to have an extra day off because I'd like to be able to enjoy my money, right? Shifts, right? I can deal with working half the day. I don't like it. It's 2 years off and tiring, but then guess what? Then you have, and I worked almost 40-hour weeks. It's like, yeah. Did not like working there because when I was there, guess what? I had to do work. That's just like no time to really stay around. When it was slow, guess what? They sent us home. One reason I associate with these people is because guess what? I had to work. I hate to say it, but well, guess what? I want to be there. You want to send them to God, guess what? Not likely. It's like, yeah, you want the people who are working. That's who you should advertise and go after, just so you know. But this product could change them. Could change everything, right? Yeah. I'm starting small. Small. It's like, I don't even know how many. It's like, I should do the numbers. Like, yeah, do all the math. Write it down, right? Try and do it in my head. It's complicated and economics and business and it's so many things. So literally what you're gonna do in survival, a lot of math. I have no doubt that I could probably do survival. It's just I don't honestly, guys, like the way I have it built, it doesn't matter difficulty. Once I get to this point, guess what? And it just takes. It's like I could do it in time. It's like if I had a bunch of people viewing, I would. I'd play on survival for your entertainment, just to watch me die constantly over and over and over, right? Like yeah, over and over and over. It's like yeah, this might be something I can do if I had, and I hate to say it, more free time. Like I have free time, but I don't. I have nothing else to do. Like, what am I thinking? Yeah, it's like, yeah. And just clean up. 12 hours. What about the price? Like, yeah, because I'm good at it. Guess what? I'm good at fishing, right? It's like, yeah. This is what I wanted with the disability, by the way. It's like, yeah, I take care of things because guess what? It's really money. Guess what? Pay me. Paying up occasionally. It's like, yeah, well, I could. It's like, yeah. Colossal fossils that get left behind. Just so you know. It's like, yeah, that's the first thing to go. Oh, you can make power. It's like certain things, yeah. I would take. This one. Stop. No. Going for 152. That's a solid value. Right. Thank you. There you go. Could. Really could. Smell good? Smells like cinnamon. Mm-hmm. This is it's like oil, right? Looks like you. She's not. Anyways, so I think I've decided I'm not going to do survival. I'm just going to keep it very easy, gradually, up the difficulty. And I'll know. It's like we're gonna hit a certain part. And yeah, it has to do with intelligence tree. My cat just got a bird. Chasing after something. I don't know, should I intervene? This cat is just playing. Yeah, I see you, Stormy. And just so you know, big cats are actually related to these house cats. Yeah, straight up this cat, no joke. I could say it's descended from a lynx, right? Not sure, but considering that was the only female cat that was in the area, and his long hair is like hers. Not sure who his dad is, but there was a white cat that was patrolling the area at the time when said conception would have happened. And he was a bigger cat, so you know. This cat is decent size. But the lynx much smaller than the house cat. And yeah, I try to keep this cat inside, but it's practically impossible to keep cats inside. Practically impossible. Especially once they've been outside once. That he was born in our garage, so we took him in and raised him because mom's nowhere to be found, and we haven't found. I didn't even see my cat. My cat got to the point, and he was so infatuated with this one cat, and pretty much she was the only reason he would come in. He didn't come in to eat. Came in to see her. And they were like best friends, so you know. And yeah, we wrestled with that evil. What? There's a lot of evil. Not just evil, it's like, yeah, a lot of prey. Get it! Go! What? Okay. So yeah, but we will gradually up difficulty just to test myself because I've never done the survival. It's like, yeah, I am watching this one and he keeps dying. Just so you know, you wouldn't go with max intellect. Like, yeah, you still, and it'd be a gap. Yes, it would still be one of your highest perks, which is necessary. You can take from it, sure, like 3 to 4 points, right? I'll keep it at about 6 to 7. 10, super intelligent, by the way. Super intelligence. Great. Increase level. It's like, yeah, you're gonna want this. go level quickly. Strength and luck. It's like, yeah. I would probably do strength first and survival and then luck. Because to be honest, I don't think most of that unless you're going for like idiot spawn. But then, that's fine. You can still increase your level and it compensates. It's like, yeah. Yeah, we'll have that for real early with Morty. And yeah, his intelligence, I think, will go up. Morty's Morty, Rick is Rick. It's like, yeah. So we're going to be like Rick is Rick. He doesn't partner up, right? Rick Brown. It's like, what about our Rick? He's a different type of Rick. But still Rick. Smartest man in the universe. Smartest animal, mammal, whatever. It's like, yeah. Yeah, I'm role playing. It's like, yeah, survival. It's like, yeah. And you would probably try to turn it into a business since you're carrying this stuff anyways. But yeah, you have something, right? But yeah, like constantly just putting in here because I can just transfer all this at once if I'm trying to sell. But if you're traveling yourself, you need certain things to go, and then like I wouldn't necessarily always bring my power armor for that. Hair bills is like, yeah, all this. I would have different power armor. It's like, yeah, if I had to. Because eventually you're going to. It's like, eventually I want to hit the point. It doesn't matter. Like, I just need a steady stream of caps. And not just one quest. Yeah, so we're going to do quest to level up. Really, you on survival, you will be able to find enough food, enough to drink that you can sell said water from containers. You buy these containers and you can pretty much make a thing. You just need a settlement that's ideally in an area that you're going to. It's like, yeah, that you can just easily travel. Where you make the water. It's like, no. Curious if you could just, I'm assuming any water that you could drink, you'd be able to fill. I could use this as well. It weighs so much. It's like, that's where the weight, the cost ratio will come in play again. Yeah, you're gonna need certain junk to make certain things. That's not so much the issue. Not gonna haul everything. It's like, yeah, I would probably, even though you get a lot of caps for it, they're just, the cost to weight ratio is just not there for like armor. It's, unless it's armor protecting you and saving your life and all that, it's like it has to be really good armor because it's not going to make a difference otherwise. Because how hard these guys are going to hit you. you're not going to be able to use power armor at first, because definitely not. It's like those fusion cells, first of all, weigh 4 pounds each. 4 pounds each. Like, how many are you going to have? It's like, really? You said, where are you going and coming back? It's like, yeah. You're just going to end up storing them here. You just need to take as many as you need. Yeah, and they can be used for your Gatling gun that we may or may not have. It's like, may not use. It's like, there's a really good, powerful judgment. Like, yeah, it's... Who is Rick gonna side with? Because he has to side with someone. It's like, yeah, he's gonna do the Minutemen because underdogs, right? They're not really an organization. Not a real one. It's like, they don't have, like, big heavy hitters. Then, there's things to these guys, these assholes, right? Well, they're kind of like Rick with, I think, the science division and everything. It's like, yeah, could accomplish a lot, right? Rick takes over, and now if he could just use that power that he's like, stay above ground. It's like, he don't need to stay hidden underground because he doesn't hide for anyone. And yeah, I am going to end up having all the perks, of course, from all the followers, but these followers are just going to be human players at different settlements. I'll give each of these embassies in the end a different thing. Instead of grouping them all up in Sanctuary, because that's not really fair. It's like, yeah, having multiple of these to a certain area that's lacking. Might have more than one companion at each settlement. But typically each of these human companions, and they're not all humanoid, it's like, yeah. I'm probably going to send Cogsworth to, like, Dragon, where it's going to stay an only robot thing. Won't even need the settlement beacon. This is a farm, pure and simple. It's like, Curie, yeah, will be in there, Mr. Handyman. It's like, yeah. And we will have worker bots that I will make just worker bots. Their whole job is just the farm thing. And then defensive bots. So it's like, just ones that are meant to put in that damage. And I'm gonna make different ones. So it's like, yeah. And super bots, like, yeah, I would make them all super bots, but the materials are just too much. It's like on survival, you would constantly be going back and forth with how much materials you need, because how much they weigh to carry them all over, right? So I want these bots built before I go on survival, just to get me through the rest of the quest. And hell, you'll have freaking vendors in your settlement. Robots, they can be people. And start off with, you're going to need probably weapons or miscellaneous vendors first, so you can just sell everything to them. Eventually you'll have all the vendors just for fun. But yeah, that's that. Your staff will be short-term assignment to monitor basic functions will be handled remotely by suspension to be disrupted. This includes the administration of life-saving measures. Your staff is also considered expendable. Insubordination or attempts to evacuate prematurely are capital violations. Unused cryogenic pods are the preferred method for cadaver disposal. So these people in the cryo pods technically could be not them, but we don't know for sure. Violator. I've long dreamed of making cryogenic freezing available in a portable on-demand form. Violator is my latest attempt. Thankfully, we're in no short supply of chemicals and components. I need to tinker with the prototype. It's a nice way to occupy the time as we wait for the all clear. Operation protocol, resident admittance. On activation notice from Vault-Tec, all personnel are required to report to the entry area and assist with admittance of Vault residents. Security personnel will maintain order and ensure that no personnel or residents attempt to evacuate the Vault. Research staff will be responsible for resident intake and escort each to the designated cryogenic pod. Residents not accounted for in the manifest should be asked to step aside and detained forcibly by security if necessary. Once all residents have been sealed into their preservation chambers, dispose of any detainees. Vault entryway must remain sealed under any circumstances. Staff duties. So yeah, members of the research team must daily monitor vital signs of cryogenically preserved residents. Activity in particular must be recorded accurately. Saving intervention is only permitted if greater than 80% of the resident population has perished under suspension and must not interrupt suspension. Independent research is encouraged. Left to receive. And we're racing that, so you know. Controls are to be carried out on a constant. I've already seen this. Settling disputes among personnel. Signs of intrusion. Checking atmosphere leaks. Settling disputes among personnel. Enforcement of regulations set forth by overseer. And enforcement of regulations set by Vault-Tec. Due to the nature of Vault 111, personnel will be expected to perform duties outside of the normal. Pretty much overseer was king boss. Following a nuclear event, the Vault-Tec monitor has clear discretion disregard any notices from organizations or individuals not associated with Vault-Tec, including government and military. Residents are not to be disrupted or evacuated. Vault-Tec will attend to their needs remotely once Vault 111 staff have been evacuated. Mandatory shelter period. Short-term non-residential personnel are expected to carry out research duties and basic maintenance of the vault while mandatory shelter period. Like, yeah, so you had to, unless, and it makes a good point. It's like after 180 days, which is half a year, it would be reasonably safe to leave said vault, because the radiation levels would be way, way, way down. It'd still be radiation, but not as much. And yeah, that's 6 months. Like, yeah, having and yeah, it'd be populated cities that would be probably targeted. Probably is what I'm saying. It's like makes sense. It's like, yeah, military targets probably would be targeted first, but they would also take out a decent size of the civilian population as well. Prioritizing the military first. Yeah, certain things would be giveaway if you decide to look for it. It's like, yeah, not too far from a fort, so you know, but it's not a major fort, it's not a huge fort. They're within driving distance, and just so you know, I wouldn't go to any of them unless I had a legal way on and in. Not something you want to mess around with, especially willy-nilly. It's like, yeah, they could take any threat seriously and justifiably kill you. If you're on their base, it's like, and you don't have clearance. It's like, yeah. And yeah, they might want to try to take you alive, but ultimately, the first priority is the safety and security of that base. Cool. Operations, the final staff orientation is complete. All but a few of the residents down in Century Hill have been enrolled, and several from Concord as well. Vault Tech supervisors came up this week to do a technical review with me. This vault is ready to open. I can only imagine what wonders our residents will get to witness. The notion of leaving forward in time, I almost wish I could join them and see the promise of our future realized. For 23, it happened. We were lucky that most of the staff was nearby when the early warning came through. It's like, yeah, we had less notice than expected, but only Nordhagen was missing when we sealed the entrance. Resident amendment went smoothly. Everyone made it, even the family that waited until the last minute, which was us, by the way. I was worried there would be more suspicion, but things happened so fast for these people. They must have been too overwhelmed to question the cryogen pods. No, I questioned them. System malfunction. Strange issue today with pod C3. Subject appeared to having heart palpitations, nothing life-threatening, but unusual. We realized almost too late that the pod was malfunctioning. The cryogenic array almost started thawing her out. We're not sure, but I suspect a hiccup in Vault Tech's remote override system may have sent an erratic signal. Yeah. Yeah. We have to keep an eye out. I only hope their systems are reliable once we evacuate the staff. Supplies run low. There's been no all clear signal yet, even though we're nearing the end of the 180-day mandatory shelter period. Supplies were never intended to last much more than that, and despite my best efforts, people are beginning to question what we're doing here. People think we can just leave when the 180 days are up. They're insane. The radioactivity exposure would still be potent enough to fry everyone if the vault seals were breached that early. The whole point of the all clear was to receive additional instruction from the main office. I don't know what to do. I can't open the vault. I can't expect our supplies to last forever. I have to keep everything under control until all clear. He's waiting for a message, and I think the whole thing was to see how long it would go. It's like benchmark 180. It's like, yeah, you might be able to, but after that, you're going to lose complete control because they're not going to want to stay or be able to stay. The bunker is not a permanent solution. Hey. Okay. And mutiny. The faction led by the security personnel have turned on me, demanding they be allowed to leave the vault. Idiots, I will not open the door to be irradiated to death. I am consolidating the remaining supplies, putting the staff on lockdown. We're going to have to start prioritizing who deserves what little food we have left. I've been too damn generous with rations. If you don't like it, well, that's fewer mouths to feed. It's not my set to be orderly and follow shutdown protocol before exiting the resealing. Please maintain all staff records and research. Report to the local vault tech superiors for debriefing and further instruction. So yeah, I'm sticking on easy and I'm okay. I'm okay to get out there again. Oh my god. Like, I treat them like real bugs. Definitely don't know. Here we go. Pit boy. You're not using it, right? Like that. So, okay, yeah, you always need. And yeah, it's one of the most common weapons, and it's powerful. Take a look how he looks. And yeah, we can change like facial hair. I just want to make sure I haven't lost the thing. And
is anyone alive? Did anyone get out?
Lone Wanderer, solo survivor. It's like
Vault door cycling sequence initiated. Please stand back.
but yeah, I have played this beginning thing so many times. Up to this point, everything's been the way it is. But yeah, you can change the points. I was doing survival, yeah, less people, so easier for my intelligence to be lower. It's realistic, coming from when he came. But yeah.
Enjoy your return to the surface, and thank you for choosing Vault Tech.
And just ignore all the quests once again. It's like, yeah. discover that. Like that. Right.
Hey, Codsworth.
Mr. Sanchez? Oh, just tending the garden, sir. Though it is hard to be a green thumb when you lack the requisite digit, I'm afraid.
Codsworth? You're still here. So, other people could still be alive, too.
Well, of course I'm still here. Surely you don't think a little radiation could deter the pride of General Atomics International. But you seem the worse for wear. Best not let the wife see you in that state, hmm? Where is the missus, by the way?
She's in a better place.
Sir, these things... It's been 8...
Sean's been kidnapped. But I'm going to find him. I'm going to get my son back.
It's worse than I thought. Hmm? You're suffering from hunger-induced paranoia. Not eating properly for 200 years will do that, I'm afraid.
$200? What? Are you?
A bit over 210, actually, sir. Or give or take a little, for the Earth's rotation and some minor dings to the old chronometer. That means you're 2 centuries late for dinner. Perhaps I can whip you up a snack? You must be famished.
Codsworth, you're acting a little bit weird. What's wrong?
Oh, sir, it's been just horrible. 2 centuries with no one to talk to, no one to serve. I spent the first 10 years trying to keep the floors waxed, but nothing gets out nuclear fallout from vinyl wood. Nothing! And don't get me started about the futility of dusting a collapsed house. And the car! How do you polish rust?
Stay with me, pal. Focus.
I'm afraid I don't...
Well, it's something.
Let it serve as a reminder, sir. Now, enough. Shall we search the...
All right. Lead the way.
Proud to serve, sir.
Yeah. Can you open the windows? I think I might have to uninstall this. I mean, don't get me wrong, I don't
Mr.
want
Sanchez,
to.
Your firm?
Sean's out there,
What about Concord, sir?
Thanks for your help, Codsworth.
Good luck, sir. I shall remain here and secure the home.
Yeah. I might have to redo all that again. Certain things require me to...
Codsworth.
There must be someone who can help you in Concord.
Okay.